Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of cozy bakery tales to ease your mind and guide you gently toward sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to, perhaps a warm boulangerie in a French village square, a seaside bakery cafe overlooking the Mediterranean, a family pastry shop on a snowy alpine street, or a vintage train's dining car serving fresh-baked goods through the countryside. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. This story is about a stormy Thanksgiving evening when weary travelers from beloved tales find their way to a warm bakery filled with the comforting sense of cinnamon and gratitude, where each soul discovers exactly what they need most. Now, close your eyes and exhale slowly, letting the day's clamor dissolve like fog in the morning light. Tonight, you're stepping into the mist-woven hall of the Timeless Tales Library. This ethereal hall is shrouded in a soft, silvery mist that swirls gently around towering shelves of frosted glass. Each book hums with stories of forgotten realms, whispered dreams, and quiet adventures, their pages glowing faintly through the haze. The air is cool, with a delicate scent of rain and moss, calming your thoughts. Feel your body settle into the softness of your bed, your own tranquil corner in this misty hall. Release your fingers, your shoulders, your jaw. Let the gentle flow of the mist cradle you, soothing and serene. Wander through the shelves, letting the stories of the mist-woven hall drift into your mind, carrying you into a peaceful, dreamlike calm. A cozy rainy day, the Three Little Pigs Bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The rain began just after twilight, arriving in soft whispers before building to a steady drumming against the cobblestones of Storybook Lane. It was the kind of November rain that made everything glisten, the gas lamps casting their golden pools of light, the shop windows reflecting like watercolor paintings, the autumn leaves clinging wetly to the ground. And there, on the corner where Storybook Lane met Memory Road, stood the Three Little Pigs Bakery, its windows glowing with such warmth that even the rain seemed to dance more gently as it passed by. Inside, the bakery was a sanctuary from the storm. The interior walls were constructed naturally of beautiful red brick, polished to a soft sheen and radiating the day's accumulated warmth. Thick wooden beams crossed the ceiling, and from them hung bundles of dried herbs and autumn wheat, their gentle fragrances mingling with the overwhelming scent of fresh baking. The floor was white planked oak, worn smooth by countless feet and scattered with braided rugs in warm autumn colors: burgundy, golden yellow, deep orange, and chocolate brown. 3 large ovens dominated the back wall, their copper doors gleaming in the firelight. Each oven bore an engraved name: Peter, Patrick, and Percival, the 3 little pigs themselves, now master bakers whose reputation for comfort and safety had spread throughout the literary world. Tonight, for Thanksgiving, the ovens worked their magic continuously, filling the bakery with layer upon layer of mouth-watering aromas. In the corner, a stone fireplace crackled and popped, its flames dancing behind a decorative iron screen shaped like intertwining vines and acorns. Before it sat several deep armchairs upholstered in fabric the color of autumn leaves, along with a worn velvet sofa that seemed to embrace anyone who sat upon it. Small tables were scattered throughout the space, each topped with a soft golden lamp and a small vase holding the last chrysanthemums of the season. The windows, tall and arched, were dressed in curtains of honey-colored linen that glowed when the lamps were lit. Rain traced slow paths down the glass, and beyond, the storm painted the world in shades of deep blue and silver, but inside, everything was golden, warm, and utterly safe. The bakery cases curved along one wall, their glass spotless, their shelves lined with autumn-colored cloth. And on those shelves tonight, special for Thanksgiving, sat the most extraordinary creations. There were 3 little pigs' pumpkin tarts, each one shaped like a tiny brick house with a sugar cookie roof and windows made of spiced pumpkin custard, dusted with cinnamon and gold leaf. Apple cider, pig's ears, delicate flaky pastries twisted into spirals and glazed with reduced apple cider and brown sugar. Grateful harvest loaves, round breads studded with cranberries, pecans, and orange zest, their crusts painted with honey and sprinkled with oats. Sweet potato pig pies, individual pies no bigger than a hand, filled with spiced sweet potato and topped with tiny pastry pigs that seemed to smile from their golden perches. And in the warming drawer, kept at the perfect temperature, were Thanksgiving brick cookies, butter cookies shaped like bricks, some plain and some dipped in dark chocolate, others drizzled with white chocolate and edible gold dust. These were special favorites, for they represented what the 3 little pigs knew best: building something strong, something that could withstand any storm. Behind the counter, movement suggested the presence of the bakers themselves, though they worked with such quiet efficiency that they seemed almost like benevolent spirits, appearing exactly when needed and fading back into their work when the moment passed. The rain grew heavier, drumming a deeper rhythm against the roof. And then the first visitor arrived. The door opened with a gentle chime, and a gust of rain-scented air swirled into the bakery. A girl stood in the doorway, perhaps 14 or 15, with windswept brown hair and cheeks flushed from the cold. She wore a simple gingham dress, blue and white, beneath a travelling cloak that had clearly seen many miles. On her feet were silver shoes that caught the lamplight and seemed to shimmer. "Oh," she breathed, and the single word carried such relief that it seemed to warm the room even further. She stepped inside, lowering the hood of her cloak. "I'm sorry to intrude. I was traveling through on my way back to Kansas, and the storm caught me quite by surprise. I saw your lights, and one of the 3 little pigs, Peter, the eldest, with kind eyes and an apron dusted with flour, emerged from behind the counter. He was exactly what one might imagine, a pig who stood upright, spoke with gentleness, and exuded an aura of unshakable calm. "My dear," he said in a voice like warm honey, "no one who seeks shelter from a storm is ever intruding here. You're very welcome. Please, come in properly and let the warmth reach you." The girl smiled, and it transformed her face entirely. "Thank you. My name is Dorothy. Dorothy Gale." "Ah, Miss Gale from Kansas," Peter said with a knowing nod. "We've heard of your adventures over the rainbow. You must have many stories, though I suspect tonight you'd prefer warmth and something sweet over storytelling." Dorothy laughed softly, unwinding a scarf from her neck. "You're absolutely right. It's been such a long journey home, and sometimes I forget how good it feels to just stop." "Then stop you shall," Peter assured her. "Take any seat you like. The chairs by the fire are particularly comfortable. Let me bring you something special." Dorothy gravitated toward the fireplace as if drawn by a spell. She draped her damp cloak over a nearby coat stand and settled into one of the deep armchairs, tucking her feet beneath her. The fire's warmth immediately began to work its magic, easing the tension from her shoulders. A moment later, Peter appeared with a tray. On it sat a Three Little Pigs pumpkin tart, its tiny brick house perfect in every detail, and a large mug of hot apple cider, steam rising from its surface in lazy spirals. The scent of cinnamon, nutmeg, and cloves wrapped around Dorothy like a blanket. "This," Peter said softly, setting the tray on the small table beside her, "is our Thanksgiving specialty. The tart is meant to remind us that home is the greatest blessing, something I think you understand quite well." Dorothy looked up at him with shining eyes. "More than you know," she whispered. "Thank you." As Peter returned to his work, Dorothy cupped her hands around the warm mug, letting the heat seep into her fingers. She took a sip. The cider was perfect, sweet and spiced, and somehow tasting of autumn itself. Then she lifted the little tart and took a delicate bite. The pastry melted on her tongue, and the pumpkin filling was like a whispered lullaby of brown sugar and spice. Outside, the rain continued its gentle percussion. Inside, Dorothy closed her eyes and simply breathed. Time moved differently in the bakery, flowing like honey, thick and sweet and in no particular hurry. Dorothy had nearly finished her tart when the door chimed again. This time, a young man entered, perhaps 17 or 18, with sun-weathered skin and eyes that held the memory of distant horizons. He wore a sailor's coat, dark and heavy with rain, and carried himself with the careful awareness of someone who had learned to watch for danger. "Good evening," he said, his voice carrying a hint of Scottish brogue. "I apologize for the intrusion. I'm seeking lodging for the night, but the inn down the road appears to be full. Might you know of—" He paused, his attention caught by the warmth, the light, the overwhelming sense of safety. "Or might I simply stay here for a bit? I can pay." Patrick, the middle pig, slightly rounder than Peter, and with a particularly cheerful disposition, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray of fresh, grateful harvest loaves. The scent of cranberries and orange filled the air. "Keep your coin, lad," Patrick said warmly. "On a night like this, in a season of Thanksgiving, we share what we have freely. Come in, dry yourself off. You look like you've been at sea." The young man's face brightened with surprise and gratitude. "I have, sir. Just returned to port today, actually. My name is Jim Hawkins." The cabin boy from the Hispaniola? Dorothy spoke up from her chair by the fire, her eyes widening with recognition. I read about your adventures, the Treasure Island and Long John Silver and all of it. Jim turned toward her voice, and a slow smile spread across his face. Guilty as charged, miss. Though I'm hardly a boy anymore, and I'm trying my hand at becoming a proper sailor now. Honest work, honest voyages. He paused, though I'll admit there's something about a storm that still makes me remember, well, let's just say I'm grateful for solid ground and warm harbors. Then you're in exactly the right place, Patrick assured him. Come, sit near the fire. We've room enough for all who need it. Jim shed his wet coat and joined Dorothy by the fireplace, settling into another chair with a sigh of deep relief. The tension in his shoulders, the watchfulness of someone always preparing for the next crisis began to ease. Patrick brought him a plate laden with a thick slice of grateful harvest loaf, still warm from the oven and glistening with melted butter, alongside a Thanksgiving brick cookie dipped in dark chocolate. A mug of hot tea, strong and black, the kind a sailor would appreciate, completed the offering. The bread is best eaten slowly, Patrick advised with a gentle smile. Let each bite settle. There's no rush here, no storms to outrun, no battles to fight, just warmth and time. Jim picked up the slice of bread, and as he bit into it, his eyes closed. The cranberries burst with tartness, the pecans added crunch, the orange zest sang a bright note through it all. It was the taste of gratitude itself, of harvest and home and the simple blessing of survival. Thank you, he said quietly. It's been a long time since I've felt this, safe. Dorothy reached over and patted his arm. I understand completely. And so they sat together, two young people from very different adventures, sharing the silence and the warmth and the gentle music of rain against glass. The storm outside intensified briefly, wind rattling the windows, rain coming down in sheets, and then settled into a steady, soaking presence. The sort of rain that would last all night but held no malice, only persistence. The door chimed again. A young woman entered, shaking rain from an old umbrella that had clearly seen better days. She wore a simple travelling dress in deep green, and her hair was tied back practically, though a few wet strands had escaped. In one arm she carried a leather satchel, and there was ink on her fingers, the permanent stains of a writer. "Oh, thank goodness," she said, looking around the bakery with obvious delight. "I was beginning to think I'd have to wade all the way home through this deluge. What a perfectly wonderful place." She spoke with the rapid enthusiasm of someone whose mind moved faster than words could quite keep up. Percival, the youngest of the three pigs, slender and wearing spectacles, appeared from the kitchen where he'd been carefully decorating a fresh batch of sweet potato pig pies. He was the artistic one, the dreamer, the pig who wrote poetry in his spare time. "Welcome," he said softly. "You look like you've been on a creative journey." The young woman laughed. "Is it that obvious? I'm Jojo March. I've been in the city visiting my publisher, and I'm heading back to Plumfield. But the storm." She gestured at the windows. "Well, It seemed to suggest I should pause for a bit. The storm is very wise, Percival said with a smile. Please, join the others by the fire. You write, I take it? Passionately, Jo confirmed, making her way to the fireplace area. Stories, mostly. Adventures and families, and oh, she noticed Dorothy and Jim. Hello, I didn't mean to interrupt. You're not interrupting, Dorothy assured her. I'm Dorothy, and this is Jim. We're both just grateful refugees from the rain. Jo March, Jim said thoughtfully. Didn't you write that book about 4 sisters? My mother loved that story. Jo colored slightly with pleasure. I did. It's strange, having people know your work. Wonderful, but strange. She settled onto the velvet sofa, immediately looking at home. What about you two? You both look like you have stories of your own. As the 3 young people began to share their tales, speaking softly, with the dreamlike quality of people who are warm and safe and have nowhere else they need to be, Percival prepared Jo's Thanksgiving offering. He brought her a sweet potato pig pie, the little pastry pig on top looking particularly cheerful, and a pot of hot chocolate so rich and dark it was almost black, topped with fresh whipped cream and a sprinkle of cinnamon. This, Percival said, setting it before her with the care of an artist presenting his work, is for writers. The sweet potato represents the harvest of your thoughts, the hard work of cultivation. The chocolate is bitter and sweet at once, like any true story. And the little pig, he smiled. Well, that's just to make you smile. Jo did smile, broadly and warmly. It's perfect, absolutely perfect. She took a sip of the hot chocolate and made a sound of pure contentment. Oh, that's divine. The 3 young people talked quietly, their voices blending with the sound of rain and fire. They spoke of Kansas and Treasure Islands and the challenge of writing truth. They spoke of homes left behind and homes still sought. And gradually their stories gave way to comfortable silence, each person lost in their own thoughts, held safely by the warm presence of the bakery and each other. Outside, the world was dark now, fully night, with only the street lamps casting their golden pools through the rain. Inside the bakery, the lamps seemed to glow even more gently, as if they understood their role in keeping the darkness at bay, not fighting it, but offering an alternative, a choice of warmth. The door chimed once more. This time, a small girl entered, no more than 8 or 9, with rosy cheeks and bright eyes and blonde braids that stuck out at cheerful angles. She wore a traditional Swiss dirndl, though it was damp from the rain, and she carried a small basket over one arm. Grandfather said I should come here, she announced with the straightforward confidence of a mountain child. He said the bakery would be open, and that I should bring the others some cheese from our goats. She held up her basket proudly. All 3 pigs emerged from the kitchen at once, and their faces lit up with recognition. Heidi, Peter exclaimed. Little Heidi from the mountains. We wondered if you might visit us this season. The girl beamed. You know me? Of course we do, Patrick said warmly. Your kindness echoes through every story. every heart. Come in, dear child. You must be chilled from your journey down the mountain. Heidi needed no further encouragement. She hurried to the fireplace, greeting Dorothy, Jim, and Joe with the easy friendliness of someone who had never met a stranger. Hello, I'm Heidi. I live on the Alm with my grandfather, but sometimes I come down to the village, especially for Thanksgiving. Grandfather says it's good to share our blessings. Your grandfather is very wise, Dorothy said, making room on the sofa. Sit here, next to Joe and me. You can warm up. Heidi settled between them, and Patrick brought her a mug of warm milk with honey, simple, perfect for a child, and a selection of Thanksgiving brick cookies, some plain, some chocolate, all arranged on a small plate like tiny, delicious building blocks. The cookies are for building, Patrick explained, kneeling down to her level. You can eat them, of course, but first you might try stacking them, making shapes. We like to remember that building, creating something strong and good is its own kind of blessing. Heidi's eyes went wide with delight, and she immediately began arranging the cookies, narrating softly to herself as she built a tiny cookie house. The others watched with gentle amusement, and Joe pulled out a small notebook, unable to resist sketching the scene. This is exactly what I needed, Joe murmured, to remember what's real, what's good. Jim nodded slowly. There's something about children, isn't there? The way they can still find joy in simple things. I'd forgotten that. Then it's good you're remembering now, Dorothy said softly. They sat together, the four of them now, watching Heidi build her cookie house, listening to the rain, feeling the warmth of the fire and the deeper warmth of companionship. The bakery held them all gently, asking nothing, offering everything. Time continued its honey slow flow. The fire burned down to perfect coals and was replenished. Fresh batches of treats emerged from the ovens, filling the air with new waves of cinnamon and nutmeg and butter and sugar. The rain maintained its steady rhythm, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but always present a lullaby for the weary world. And then, so quietly that at first no one noticed, the door opened one last time. A small figure slipped inside a girl no bigger than Heidi, but thin, so terribly thin, with enormous eyes and clothes that spoke of desperate poverty. She wore a ragged shawl that did nothing to keep out the cold, and her feet were bare despite the November chill. In her hand she clutched a small bundle of matches. She stood just inside the door, as if afraid to enter fully, as if waiting for someone to tell her to leave. It was Heidi who noticed her first. "Oh," she exclaimed softly, "you're all wet and cold. Come sit with us." The small girl flinched, then looked toward the fireplace with such longing that it made something in the room ache. I shouldn't," she whispered in a voice like rustling paper. "I'm meant to be selling matches. I'm not supposed to go inside anywhere, not until I've sold them all." Peter approached her slowly, carefully, as one might approach a frightened bird. "My dear child," he said gently, "on Thanksgiving no one should be outside in the cold, especially not to sell matches we don't need." He paused. "What's your name?" The girl hesitated, then whispered, "I don't have a proper name in my story. People just call me the Little Match Girl." Something shifted in the bakery then, a collective drawing of breath, a shared recognition. They all knew her story, the tragic tale of the little girl who froze in the snow, who lit her matches to see visions of warmth before she died. But this was not that night. This was a different story, a different ending. "Not here," Dorothy said firmly, rising from her chair. "That's not happening here." She crossed to the girl and knelt down. "You're safe. Come with me." She took the little match girl's hand, so small, so cold, and led her to the fireside. The others immediately made space, and Heidi wrapped her own shawl around the girl's shoulders, not caring that her mountain clothes were warm enough without it. The three pigs moved as one unit, preparing something special. They brought hot soup first, a simple, nourishing broth with vegetables and herbs, served in a bread bowl that could be eaten. They brought warm milk with honey. They brought the softest of the grateful harvest loaves, torn into pieces so small hands could manage them. And they brought Thanksgiving brick cookies, enough to share, enough to save, enough to promise that there would always be more. The little match girl ate slowly, carefully, as if each bite were a prayer. Tears slipped down her cheeks, though she smiled through them. "I always dreamed of this," she whispered. "When I lit the matches, I saw grandmothers and feasts and warmth, but I never thought." "Dreams can come true," Heidi said solemnly. "My grandfather says so. You just have to find the right place. And this," Jim added quietly, "is definitely the right place." Joe had stopped taking notes. Some moments, she realized, were meant to be lived, not recorded. She simply sat close to the little match girl, offering her presence, her warmth. The three pigs retreated to give them space, but their eyes were soft, and Peter wiped away a tear with the corner of his apron. This was why they built the bakery, why they kept it warm, why they baked through every storm, for moments exactly like this. The hours passed in gentle measure. The storm outside began, finally, to ease. The rain softened from a drumbeat to a whisper, and between the clouds, a few stars became visible. Inside the bakery, the 5 travelers had arranged themselves into a tableau of perfect contentment. Heidi had curled up on the sofa, her head in Joe's lap, fast asleep with a soft smile on her face. The little match girl sat in Dorothy's chair, wrapped in blankets, her matches set carefully aside and forgotten, a half-eaten cookie still in her hand as she dozed. Jim had pulled his chair closer to the fire, his tea mug empty beside him, his eyes half closed in the kind of rest that comes only when one feels completely safe. Dorothy sat on the floor beside the little match girl's chair, her hand gently resting on the child's foot, as if to assure herself the girl was real and warm. Joe, still awake, stroked Heidi's hair absently while watching the fire. She was thinking about stories, how they're told and retold, how they can change, how sometimes the best stories are the ones where everyone simply gets to rest. The 3 pigs moved quietly through the space, banking the fires, setting fresh treats in the cases for the morning, preparing everything for the next day. But they left the main fireplace burning, kept the lamps glowing, made sure the blankets stayed warm. Peter approached the group carefully, carrying a large plate. "One more thing," he said softly, not wanting to wake the sleeping children. For Thanksgiving should always end with gratitude. On the plate were 5 perfect apple cider pig's ears, one for each traveler, glazed and golden and still warm from the oven. Jim roused himself enough to take one, as did Dorothy and Joe. They would save the others for when the children woke. "I'm grateful," Dorothy said quietly, "for shelter, for kindness, for the reminder that there are still places in the world where strangers care for each other." "I'm grateful," Jim added, "for solid ground, for peaceful harbors, for the chance to remember that not every adventure has to be dangerous." "I'm grateful," Joe said, her voice thick with emotion, "for stories that have happy middles, not just endings, middles. Moments like this, where nothing is resolved but everything is okay." Peter smiled. "And we 3 are grateful," he said, gesturing to his brothers, "for travelers who let us offer them comfort, for the privilege of building something that lasts, something that shelters. We learned long ago that the strongest house isn't the one that keeps everything out, it's the one that welcomes the right things in." They ate their pastries slowly, savoring each bite, letting the sweet tart glaze of apple cider and the buttery layers of pastry dissolve on their tongues. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely now, leaving behind only the musical sound of water dripping from eaves, the soft percussion of a storm's end. The little match girl stirred in her sleep and murmured something soft. Dorothy leaned closer, listening, and heard, "Warm, so warm." She smiled and adjusted the blanket around the child. As the night deepened toward its quietest hours, the bakery settled into a profound peace. The fire burned low but steady, the lamps dimmed to a gentle amber glow. The ovens cooled, their work done, radiating their stored warmth into the space. One by one, the travelers found their own perfect positions of rest. Jim leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest, his breathing slow and even. No nightmares of storms or pirates tonight, only dreams of calm seas and friendly ports. Dorothy remained on the floor but pulled a cushion from another chair to rest her head. She dreamed of ruby slippers and home, but also of this new place, this haven that existed in all the stories at once. Jo finally set aside her notebook and let her head rest against the back of the sofa, Heidi still curled against her. She dreamed of sentences and sisters, of all the stories still to tell, all the words still waiting to be found. Heidi slept the deep, perfect sleep of children who know they are loved, who trust completely in the goodness of the world. She dreamed of mountain flowers and grandfather's smile and endless summer days. And the little match girl, oh, the little match girl slept deeply, peacefully, without cold or hunger or fear. She dreamed of grandmother, yes, but not as a distant vision in match flame, as a presence that was all around her, in every warm corner, every kind gesture, every blanket and cookie and gentle hand. She dreamed of being found, being kept, being treasured. The three pigs moved through the space one final time, adjusting blankets, adding small cushions, making sure everyone was perfectly comfortable. They worked in complete silence, communicating with glances and small gestures. Three brothers who understood each other perfectly. When everything was arranged to their satisfaction, they gathered for a moment in the kitchen doorway, looking back at the scene. 5 travelers, 5 souls who had been caught in the storm and found their way here, all resting safely in the warmth they'd built. "This is why we do it," Percival whispered. "This is what matters," Patrick agreed. "This is home," Peter concluded. "Not just bricks and mortar, but this people caring for people. Strangers becoming friends, everyone granted the gift of rest. They nodded to each other and retreated to their own quarters, leaving the travelers in peace. In the deep middle of the night, in that still, quiet space between darkness and dawn, the bakery held its charges gently. The fire burned to perfect embers, glowing red-orange in the darkness. The windows showed a world washed clean by rain, the streets gleaming, the air fresh. And in that perfect darkness, that perfect warmth, 5 people from 5 different stories slept on. They would wake eventually. Morning would come with its pale light and new beginnings. The little match girl would discover that the pigs meant for her to stay, to help in the bakery, to finally have a home. Jim would find that this neighborhood had a boarding house perfect for a sailor between voyages. Dorothy would realize the bakery existed in a space between worlds, a place she could always return to no matter where her travels took her. Joe would fill 3 notebooks with observations about kindness and community and the way stories interweave. And Heidi would visit every week, bringing cheese and joy and the reminder that love is simple and free. But all that was for the morning, for the future, for the unfolding story still to come. Right now, in this perfect moment, there was only warmth, only rest, only the gentle breathing of sleepers and the soft settling of embers and the distant whisper of wind through the clean streets, only the certainty that every storm passes. Only the knowledge that somewhere, always, there is a place of warmth and welcome. Only the deep, peaceful truth that you are safe, completely safe, perfectly safe. The rain has stopped, the fire glows warm, and all is well, all is well, all is well. Sleep now. The bakery will be here when you wake. The world will be here, washed clean and new. But for now, just rest, just breathe, just let go. The 3 little pigs are keeping watch. You are safe, you are warm, you are home. The rainy day autumn bakery. The rain had been falling since morning, that particular autumn rain that arrives with purpose and stays through the day, drumming steadily against cobblestones and turning the world soft at its edges. By evening, the street lamps along Maple Grove Lane glowed like amber wishes through the mist, and somewhere between the grocer's shop and the old bookstore, tucked beneath a striped awning that dripped with rainwater, stood the rainy day autumn bakery. If you didn't know it was there, you might walk right past. But if you needed it, truly needed warmth and shelter and something sweet to ease a weary heart, you would find it exactly when you should. Tonight, the bakery windows glowed golden against the dark October evening. Inside, copper pots hung from ceiling beams, catching the firelight. The wooden floor gleamed with the patina of 100 years of footsteps. Along one wall stretched a glass case filled with autumn treasures, cinnamon rolls dusted with maple sugar, apple tarts with latticed crusts, pumpkin scones dotted with crystallized ginger, and loaves of brown bread still steaming from the oven. The air itself seemed made of good things, butter and vanilla, cardamom and nutmeg, the deep earthy sweetness of roasting chestnuts, the bright spike of orange zest. A fire crackled in the stone hearth, sending shadows dancing across the exposed brick walls. Small tables with mismatched chairs sat scattered throughout the room, each with its own brass lamp casting a pool of warm light. In the corner, an overstuffed armchair in faded velvet waited beside a shelf of old books. The baker moved quietly in the back, visible only as a shadow through the kitchen doorway, hands dusted with flour, tending to something in the great brick oven. The baker always seemed to know, somehow, exactly what was needed before anyone asked. The bell above the door chimed softly, and the first guest arrived with the wind. She was small and practical looking, with dark hair tucked under a woolen cap and mud on her boots. She carried a worn satchel over one shoulder and shook the rain from her coat with the efficient movements of someone accustomed to traveling long distances. This was Dorothy Gale, far from the Kansas farm where she'd grown up, far too from that strange and colorful land over the rainbow where she'd once walked a yellow road and learned that there really was no place like home. "Oh," she said softly, taking in the warmth and light of the bakery. "Oh, this is just right." She approached the counter, where the glass case glowed like a treasure chest. Her eyes moved over the pastries, and something in her face softened with recognition and relief. From the kitchen, a gentle voice called, "The apple hand pies, I think, just out of the oven. And perhaps some spiced cider?" Dorothy smiled, the kind of smile that reaches the eyes and eases the shoulders. "Yes, that sounds perfect." Moments later, she settled at a table near the fire, with a plate holding 2 golden half-moon pies, their crimped edges perfect, steam escaping from the vents cut into the pastry. The cider came in a heavy ceramic mug, fragrant with cinnamon sticks and cloves, a slice of orange floating on top. Dorothy wrapped her hands around the mug and breathed in deeply, then took a small sip. The warmth traveled all the way down to her toes. She bit into the pie, and for a moment closed her eyes. The apples had been cooked with brown sugar and just a touch of lemon, the pastry so buttery it melted on her tongue. It tasted like October and comfort and every good autumn she'd ever known. It tasted like home, the real home, the one you carry with you wherever you go. The rain drummed on, the fire crackled. Dorothy ate slowly, savoring each bite, in no hurry at all. The bell chimed again. This time, a young woman entered, tall and strong-shouldered, with weather-beaten traveling clothes, and an air of someone who'd been walking through wild places. Her dark hair hung in a long braid over one shoulder, and there was something both fierce and gentle in her face. Jo March pushed back her hood and breathed out a long sigh of relief at the warmth of the bakery. "What a night," she said to the room in general, unbuttoning her coat. "I've been walking for hours. Every inn was full, every door locked early on account of the storm. I was beginning to think I'd have to sleep under a bridge, like some vagabond in one of my own stories." Dorothy looked up from her pie and smiled. "You found the right place. The apple pies are extraordinary." Jo grinned, that quick, bright grin that transformed her whole face. "I'm Jo March," she said, hanging her coat on the stand by the door. "Writer, traveller, and at present thoroughly drenched wanderer. Dorothy Gale. Wanderer myself, though I try to do less of it these days." Jo approached the counter, studying the case with an artist's eye for detail. "Everything looks like it came straight out of a perfect autumn afternoon. The kind you want to write about, but can never quite capture." The baker's voice drifted from the kitchen. "The maple pecan tart, perhaps, and Earl Grey with honey?" Jo laughed. "How did you know Earl Grey is exactly what I want?" "Yes, please. And that tart, it's calling to me." She joined Dorothy at the table by the fire, setting down her plate with its generous wedge of tart pecans arranged in perfect spirals across the top, the maple filling rich and dark and glossy. The tea came in a china cup with a small pot on the side, fragrant and soothing. "I'm working on a new book," Jo said, settling into her chair and taking a bite of tart. Her eyes widened. Oh, that's magnificent. What was I saying?" "Right, the book. It's about sisters, of course, but older now, learning to hold on to each other even when life pulls them in different directions." Dorothy nodded, understanding in her eyes. "I know something about that, about people you love being far away." "Exactly." Jo sipped her tea, cradling the cup. "Though I suppose the trick is realizing they're never really gone if you keep them in your heart. That's what Beth taught me, anyway." For a moment, sadness flickered across her face, then softened into something gentler memory held with love rather than pain. They sat together in comfortable silence, the rain providing a steady rhythm against the windows. The fire popped and settled. The warmth seemed to sink deeper, reaching places that had been cold for too long. The bell chimed once more. The door opened to admit a figure in a traveling cloak, rain-soaked and road-weary. He was not a large man, but there was something quietly substantial about him, a sense of someone who'd walked many miles and carried many burdens with steady grace. Bilbo Baggins removed his hood with a sigh of profound relief. "A bakery," he said to himself as though confirming a particularly wonderful dream, "and a fire, and unless my nose deceives me, which it never does, fresh bread and something with blackberries." "Come in properly," Jo called. "Join us. There's plenty of room and even more rain outside." Bilbo smiled, the kind of smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Thank you kindly." I'm Bilbo Baggins of the Shire, or I was, anyway. These days I'm more of a Baggins in general, wherever the road leads." He approached the counter, peering into the case with the keen interest of a hobbit who takes his meals seriously. "What do you recommend for a traveller who's dreaming of his own pantry but grateful to be out of the storm?" From the kitchen, "The blackberry and cream tart, I think, and perhaps a pot of chamomile tea with some of the honey bread." Bilbo pressed his hands together. "Perfection. You understand me entirely." Soon he sat with Dorothy and Joe, his plate bearing a beautiful tart with a shortbread crust, layers of blackberry preserving and fresh cream, a few perfect berries arranged on top. The honey bread came sliced thick, still warm, with a small pot of butter. The chamomile tea smelled like summer meadows and peaceful afternoons. "I've been writing my memoirs," Bilbo said, spreading butter on the bread. "All about my adventures, dragons and elves and walking until your feet grow tough as leather. But do you know what I find myself writing about most?" He took a bite and chewed thoughtfully. "The moments like this, the peaceful times, the good meals, the warm fires, the friends sharing a table." Dorothy smiled. "Those are the moments worth remembering. Indeed, I spent so long wanting excitement and adventure, and I found them too more than I ever bargained for. But it's the quiet comforts I treasure most now." He sipped his tea, then tried the tart. "Oh, that's lovely. Reminds me of a summer party long ago." Joe leaned forward, her writer's curiosity engaged. "Tell us about your adventures. Unless you'd rather not, sometimes I find I've told my stories so many times I can't hear them anymore." No, I'd be happy to," Bilbo said, "though I confess the versions I tell now are much calmer than the reality. I leave out the parts where I was absolutely terrified and focus more on the strange beauty of it all. The goblin tunnels were dreadful, of course, but the elven halls were like music made into architecture. And the dragon, well, the dragon was monstrous, but also magnificent in his way. They talked as the rain continued its steady song." Bilbo told stories with a storyteller's gift for detail, the weight of the ring he'd found, the riddles he'd traded with a creature in the dark, the kindness of eagles and the singing of elves. Joe listened with professional appreciation, occasionally asking a question that showed she understood the architecture of a good tale. Dorothy added her own observations, comparing her tornado to Bilbo's adventures, finding unexpected common ground in the experience of being swept up and changed forever by forces beyond your control. The baker emerged briefly from the kitchen, a shadowy figure with flour-dusted hands, to add another log to the fire and refill the teapot. None of them saw the baker's face clearly, only felt the warmth of the presence, the gentle attention that made sure every cup stayed full and every plate satisfied. The bell chimed. A young woman entered, shaking droplets from her cloak. She was lovely in an unusual way, intelligent eyes, a thoughtful expression, and the bearing of someone who'd learned to trust her own judgment over the opinions of others. Elizabeth Bennet surveyed the bakery with quick assessment and evident pleasure. "How wonderful," she said. "I was caught out in the rain on my walk and feared I'd have to turn back to endure another evening of my mother's nerves and my younger sister's noise. But this is much better. Please join us," Dorothy invited, gesturing to the remaining chair at their table. "The company is good, and the treats even better." Elizabeth smiled and approached the counter. "I'm Elizabeth Bennet, Lizzie to my friends, which I hope we shall be. What may I offer you?" The baker's voice drifted out. Elizabeth studied the case thoughtfully. "Something with lemon, perhaps? I'm fond of anything tart and bright, and tea, whatever you recommend. The lemon lavender shortbread then, and a pot of the autumn blend. It has rose hips and orange peel. That sounds perfect." Elizabeth joined the others, setting down her plate of delicate shortbread cookies, each one stamped with a pattern of flowers, a light glaze catching the lamplight. The tea arrived in a pretty pot with a matching cup, steaming and fragrant. Introductions were made all around. Elizabeth tried a cookie and made a small sound of pleasure. "These are exquisite. The lemon is bright but not sharp, and is that lavender, just enough to be interesting without overwhelming." "So you're particular about your flavors," Joe observed approvingly. "I'm particular about most things," Elizabeth admitted with a laugh. "It's been both a blessing and a burden. I tend to form opinions quickly and hold to them stubbornly, though I've learned recently the value of revising one's judgments when new evidence presents itself." Bilbo nodded wisely. "I spent years thinking I knew exactly who I was and what I wanted. Turned out I was wrong about nearly everything. Best thing that ever happened to me." "Yes," Elizabeth said, sipping her tea. "I thought I understood people thought I could read character at a glance. Met a man I disliked immediately. Proud, arrogant, disagreeable. Turned out I was seeing only the surface. Underneath he was." She paused, a soft smile crossing her face. "Well, quite different than I'd imagined. We're engaged now." Dorothy's face lit up. "That's lovely. Sometimes the people we need are the ones we least expect." "Precisely." Elizabeth took another cookie, though I don't think I'd have found my way to understanding if not for long walks and time for reflection. I do my best thinking while walking. Tonight I was thinking about prejudice, not his, as I first assumed, but my own. How easily we decide we know someone's heart based on a few words or gestures. Jo leaned back in her chair, her tart finished, working on a second cup of tea. "I'm writing about that myself. About first impressions and the danger of making up stories about people before we know them. We're all writers, in a sense constantly creating narratives about everyone we meet, but we forget we're working with incomplete information. And what happens," Bilbo added, "when the story we've told ourselves turns out to be entirely wrong? Do we revise? Or do we stubbornly insist on our first draft despite all evidence?" They fell into the kind of conversation that happens when thoughtful people feel safe and comfortable trading ideas and experiences, finding connections, laughing at shared recognitions. Elizabeth told them about her sisters, about her father who hid in his library, about learning to see past her own cleverness to genuine wisdom. Jo talked about her sisters too, about ambition and art and the tension between wanting to be proper and wanting to be real. Dorothy spoke of wanting to stay home but carrying home with her wherever she went. Bilbo talked about belonging and adventure, about being both a Baggins and a Took, about finding that you're larger than you thought you were. The rain eased into something gentler, a soft patter instead of a downpour. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, radiating steady heat. The bakery felt smaller now, cozier, as though the walls had drawn in to hold them all close and safe. The bell chimed. The last visitor arrived so quietly they almost didn't notice. She was small and dark-haired, with an old-fashioned dress and a stillness about her that suggested deep waters. Jane Eyre stood in the doorway, dripping rain, and seemed surprised to find herself there. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I saw the light. I've been walking and walking, and I wasn't sure where I was going, only that I needed to be away from." She stopped, pressed her lips together. "But that's my own trouble. I shouldn't impose." "You're not imposing at all," Elizabeth said warmly. "Please, come in. We've all found shelter here tonight." Jane stepped inside hesitantly, as though not quite believing in her welcome. She was thin and pale, with large eyes that had seen too much sadness for someone so young. The baker appeared at the kitchen door, and this time they all caught a glimpse, a kind face, gentle eyes, an expression of perfect understanding. "Come to the counter, my dear. Let's find you something warming." Jane approached, studying the case as though it were a display of jewels. "I don't have much money," she said quietly. "Tonight isn't about money," the baker said gently. "Tonight is about warmth and shelter from the storm. What calls to you?" Jane's eyes moved over the pastries and stopped at something small and humble, a simple bun studded with currants, its top glazed with honey. "That, it reminds me of someone kind, someone who gave me hope when I had none." "The currant bun then, and hot chocolate the real kind, dark and rich, and perhaps a bowl of the bread pudding with cream." "I couldn't." "You can, and you will." The baker's voice was firm but infinitely kind. Jane carried her tray to the table where the others sat. They made room for her immediately, and somehow the simple act of inclusion made her eyes grow bright with unshed tears. "I'm Jane Eyre," she said, settling into her chair. "I'm a teacher, or I was. I've been. There was someone I loved, something I wanted, but I had to leave because it wasn't right, and now I don't know where I belong." "You belong here," Dorothy said simply, "at least for tonight. Sometimes that's enough, just knowing where you belong for right now." Jane wrapped her hands around the mug of hot chocolate. It was thick and sweet and perfect. She took a sip and closed her eyes. "I've been so cold," she said, "for so long. Not just tonight, inside." Bilbo pushed the plate of honey bread toward her. "Eat, you'll feel better. I've learned that some problems can't be solved, but they're easier to carry on a full stomach. Jane tried the currant bun first. It was sweet and soft, the currants plump, the honey glaze adding just the right touch of indulgence. She ate slowly, and with each bite seemed to become more present, more solid, more there. "Tell us about the person you loved," Elizabeth said gently, "if you want to." Jane was quiet for a long moment, then began to speak. "He was my employer, older than me, complicated, difficult, but he saw me, really saw me, as a person with thoughts and feelings and worth. No one had ever done that before. I was so plain, so small, so nothing, and he made me feel like I mattered." She paused. "But there were secrets, things he hadn't told me, and when I found out, I had to leave, even though it broke both our hearts, because staying would have meant losing myself." Joe reached across the table and squeezed Jane's hand. "You were brave. That's the hardest kind of brave, leaving something you want because it's wrong to stay." "Was it wrong though?" Jane's voice was anguished. "He needed me, I loved him, but there was this obstacle, this thing that made it impossible, at least then. So I walked away, and now I'm nowhere, no one, with nothing." "You're here," Dorothy said. "You're with us. You're eating warm food by a fire on a rainy night. That's not nothing." Jane looked around the table at these strangers who felt somehow like friends, like people she'd known forever, people who understood. "How do you bear it?" she asked. "How do you bear loving people and losing them, wanting things and having to let them go?" Bilbo spoke up, his voice gentle. "You bear it because you must, because the alternative is to stop loving and wanting altogether, and that's a death of a different kind. I had to leave the Shire, leave everything I knew, but I'm still a hobbit. I still love my home. The leaving doesn't erase the loving, and sometimes," Elizabeth added, "we find our way back to what we need, not always how we expected, not always when we hoped. But the story isn't over just because we've reached a difficult chapter." Jane tried the bread pudding, soft and custardy, rich with eggs and cream and vanilla, the edges crispy with caramelized sugar. It was comfort in a bowl. She ate slowly, and gradually her shoulders relaxed, her face softened. They talked longer, these 5 travelers, thrown together by rain and chance, and the mysterious welcome of the rainy day autumn bakery. They shared their stories, not the dramatic parts, not the adventures and conflicts, but the quieter truths underneath, the fears and hopes, the things they'd learned, the ways they'd changed. The baker moved among them periodically, refilling cups, bringing small additions, a few cookies here, another slice of something there. The fire was tended, the lamps glowed steady. Outside, the storm had gentled to a whisper of rain, barely audible now. "I think," Jane said finally, her voice stronger than before, "that I will go back when the weather clears, not to surrender, but to see if anything has changed, to see if there's a way forward now." "Good," Joe said firmly. "Never give up on your story while there are still pages left to write." Dorothy stood and stretched. "I should head on. I have a train to catch tomorrow, back to Kansas. But I'm glad I found this place tonight. Glad I found all of you. We should exchange addresses, Elizabeth suggested. Stay in touch. I have a feeling we're meant to know each other. They found paper and pen at the counter. The baker had anticipated the need and wrote down directions, promising letters, hoping for future meetings, though none of them quite knew if or when that might happen. As they prepared to leave, the baker emerged fully from the kitchen for the first time, carrying a basket covered with a cloth. For your journeys, the baker said, and the voice was warm and ageless, something to carry with you. Inside the basket were small packages, wrapped in brown paper and twine, traveling food for each of them. Cookies and hand pies, small loaves of bread, packets of tea, provisions for the road ahead. Thank you, they said, each in turn. Thank you. The baker smiled. You're always welcome here. Whenever you need shelter from the storm, any storm, you'll find the door open. One by one, they gathered their things and prepared to head back out into the night. The rain had stopped completely now. The air smelled clean and fresh, full of wet leaves and possibility. But before they left, Bilbo had an idea. Wait, he said. Before we go, let's share one more thing. Something to remember this night by. The baker disappeared and returned with a final offering. A single large cinnamon roll, glazed and perfect, cut into 6 equal pieces. They gathered around the counter, standing in a small circle, and each took a piece. To shelter, Bilbo said, raising his portion. To kindness, Dorothy added. To finding your way home, Elizabeth continued. To stories, Joe said. To hope, Jane whispered. To all of you, the baker finished. They ate together, that last sweet bite, and it tasted like autumn and safety and the kind of friendship that transcends circumstance. It tasted like peace. Then they gathered their baskets and their belongings, said their last goodbyes, and stepped out into the clear night. The storm had passed. Stars were visible between the clouds, and the moon cast silver light on the wet cobblestones. The rainy day autumn bakery stood behind them, windows glowing warm, door always ready to open, waiting for the next weary traveler who needed exactly what it offered. Inside, the baker cleaned the tables and banked the fire, humming an old tune. The teacups were washed and dried, the floor was swept, the case was filled again with fresh pastries for tomorrow's visitors. Outside, 5 travelers walked away in different directions, each carrying a basket, a full heart, and the memory of a perfect autumn evening when strangers became friends over warm food and gentle conversation on a night made for exactly that. The bakery lights dimmed. The fire settled to embers. The rain-washed world rested, peaceful and still. And somewhere, everywhere, in the space between one breath and the next, anyone who truly needed it could find their way to that door, that counter, that welcome. The rainy day autumn bakery would be there, waiting with exactly the right treat, exactly the right warmth, exactly the right shelter from any storm, always. The rainy day cinnamon roll bakery. The rain began just after sunset, the way November rain always does, soft at first, hesitant, then building into a steady rhythm that turned the cobblestone street into a river of lamplight reflections. The rainy day cinnamon roll bakery stood on the corner where Maple Street met Willowbrook Lane, its windows glowing butter yellow against the deepening twilight. Inside those windows, past the gently steaming glass, the warm light seemed to pulse with welcome, as if the bakery itself were breathing. If you had been walking past on this particular Thanksgiving evening, you might have paused despite the rain, drawn by the scent drifting from beneath the green painted door, cinnamon and brown sugar, certainly, but also cardamom and nutmeg, the ghost of vanilla, the earthy sweetness of pumpkin and pecans. You might have noticed the small wooden sign swinging gently in the wind, open always, especially when it rains. The bakery's interior was exactly what you would hope for and more than you could imagine. The ceiling beams were dark oak, worn smooth by time, and from them hung bundles of dried herbs and small copper pots containing trailing ivy. The walls were the color of warm honey, and they were lined with shelves holding mismatched teacups, old books with cracked spines, and glass jars filled with mysterious ingredients that caught the light. A stone fireplace took up most of the far wall, and within it a fire crackled softly, throwing dancing shadows across the worn wooden floor. Before the fireplace sat several armchairs upholstered in faded velvet burgundy, forest green, midnight blue, each with a small side table and a lamp with a tasseled shade. The chairs looked as though they had been waiting there forever, for exactly the right person to sink into them. But the heart of the bakery, the place where all warmth and light seemed to originate, was the long wooden counter that curved along the right side of the room. Behind it, in the half shadow, you could just glimpse the figure of the baker, never quite clearly seen, always moving between the kitchen and the counter, always somehow knowing exactly what was needed. The baker's hands, when you caught sight of them, were dusted with flour and moved with the grace of someone who had been making beautiful things for a very, very long time. And on this Thanksgiving evening, the counter displayed such wonders. Cinnamon rolls glazed with maple cream and studded with toasted pecans, their spirals perfect and generous. Smaller buns filled with spiced pumpkin and cream cheese, rolls topped with caramelized apples and a whisper of sage. Each pastry sat in its appointed place, still warm from the oven, waiting. The rain grew heavier, drumming now against the windows, and the first visitor pushed open the door. She came in shaking water from her hair, which was dark and cut in a practical, no-nonsense style. She wore a wool coat that had seen better days, and carried a leather satchel bulging with papers. When she looked up, her eyes were bright and intelligent, though tired around the edges. "My goodness," she said to no one in particular, taking in the warmth and light. "This is exactly the sort of place I would write into a story if I thought anyone would believe it existed. The baker appeared at the counter, a gentle presence, and gestured toward the displays. "Welcome. You look as though you've traveled far today." "From New York," said the young woman, setting down her satchel with a sigh of relief. "I'm Joe March. I've been visiting a publisher trying to sell some of my stories, you see. But the meetings ran long, and then the trains were delayed, and now I'm caught in this storm miles from where I meant to be." She smiled ruefully. "Though I can't say I mind finding this place." "You're a writer then," the baker said, and it wasn't quite a question. "I am, or I'm trying to be." Joe moved closer to the counter, drawn by the scent of the pastries. "Oh my, what are these?" "Thanksgiving cinnamon rolls," the baker said, "each one a little different. This one, indicating a particularly generous roll with maple glaze, has pecans and a touch of bourbon in the filling. That one has cranberries folded through the dough, and this one here has a brown butter glaze with just a hint of orange zest." Joe's eyes widened. "They're beautiful, like something from a fairy tale. I'll take... Oh, which one is speaking to me?" She studied them seriously, as if this were an important decision. "The cranberry one, I think. Cranberries seem properly thankful, don't they? Autumn in a fruit." The baker wrapped the chosen roll in paper and placed it on a small ceramic plate. "And to drink? Tea, please. Strong and hot, with honey if you have it." "I have it," said the baker, and in a moment a cup appeared, white china with a delicate blue pattern, steam rising in gentle wisps. Joe carried her plate and cup to one of the armchairs by the fire, the one in burgundy velvet. As she settled in, pulling off her damp coat and draping it nearby to dry, she gave a sigh of pure contentment. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows. The fire crackled. Joe broke off a piece of the cinnamon roll and tasted it, and her eyes closed in pleasure. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, that's wonderful. It tastes like Thanksgiving at home, like Mommy's kitchen, like all of us girls sitting around the table, arguing and laughing." She smiled to herself, a little sadly. "I do miss them when I'm away, Meg and Beth and Amy. But I had to come, you see. Had to try to make my way as a writer, even if it means being lonely sometimes." The baker, wiping down the counter with a soft cloth, said nothing, but the silence was companionable. Joe ate slowly, savoring each bite, sipping her tea between mouthfuls. The warmth of the fire began to seep into her bones, and she felt the tension of the long day loosening. She pulled a small notebook from her satchel, she always carried one, and began to write, not the stories she tried to sell to publishers, but her private thoughts, her observations of this strange and perfect place. She was so absorbed that she didn't notice at first when the door opened again. The second visitor was not human, though he walked upright and entered carefully, shaking his paws, or were they feet, on the mat just inside the door. He was a rabbit, though not quite like any rabbit you might see in a field. His fur was worn in places, loved thin, and there was something in his dark glass eyes that spoke of wisdom and long journeys. He wore a small vest, patched but clean, and he moved with the careful dignity of someone who has learned to navigate a world not quite built for him. "Good evening," he said in a soft, cultured voice. "I hope you don't mind. I saw the light, and the rain is quite cold for an old fellow like me." The baker smiled. You could hear it in the voice, even if you couldn't quite see the face. "You're most welcome. Please, come in properly. Get warm." The Velveteen Rabbit, for that was who he was, though he had become real many years ago and had been traveling ever since moved toward the fire. He noticed Jo in her chair and bowed slightly. "Good evening to you as well, miss. I hope I'm not intruding." Jo looked up from her writing, startled, then delighted. "Not at all. Please, join me, though I confess I've never shared a fireside with a rabbit before. At least, not one who could introduce himself." "I've been many things," the rabbit said, settling himself into the forest green chair near Jo's. "A toy, once, then real, now simply. A traveler, I suppose, looking for warm places on cold nights." He gazed into the fire. "It's Thanksgiving, isn't it? I've always found this time of year makes one reflective." "It does," Jo agreed. She gestured to the counter. "The baker makes the most extraordinary cinnamon rolls. You should try one." The rabbit's nose twitched. "They do smell remarkable." The baker was already preparing a plate, selecting a smaller roll, one with a gentle honey glaze and walnuts. When it was brought to the rabbit along with a small cup of chamomile tea in a cup just the right size, he accepted it with both paws and a murmur of thanks. "This one has honey," the baker said, "and the walnuts are from a tree that grows in an orchard where children play. I thought you might like that." The rabbit's eyes grew bright, and he nibbled at the roll carefully. For a long moment he said nothing, simply ate and drank, and let the warmth work its way through him. "When I was new," he said eventually, his voice very soft, "when I was just a toy rabbit in the nursery, the boy would have loved a place like this. We would have imagined it together, he and I, on rainy afternoons. A secret bakery where everything is warm and kind." He looked at Jo. "Do you write happy stories, miss?" "Jo," she said. "Call me Jo, and I try to write true stories. Sometimes they're happy, sometimes sad, but always true, at least to me. Truth is its own kind of happiness," the rabbit said wisely. "When you're real, you understand that." They sat in comfortable silence then, the fire crackling, the rain pattering, both of them eating slowly, making their treats last. The door opened a third time, and a gust of wind brought in leaves and rain and a young woman with red hair that hung in two wet braids over her shoulders. She stood in the doorway for a moment, a figure backlit by lightning, her eyes wide and impossibly grey-green. "Oh," she exclaimed, "oh, my stars, this is the most perfectly lovely place I've ever seen." She stepped inside and closed the door against the storm. It's just exactly like something out of a dream, or a book, or... oh, I can't even find the words, and I always have words, usually far too many of them. She was talking rapidly, the way people do when they're excited or nervous or both. "And Shirley," she said, turning to the room at large and dropping a small, unself-conscious curtsy. "From Prince Edward Island, though I'm traveling now. I've been to college, you see, and now I'm teaching. And I came to the city for a Thanksgiving visit with friends, but then I got a bit turned around, and the rain started, and I was feeling rather sorry for myself until I saw this place." She beamed. "Now I'm not sorry at all. Everything happens for a reason, don't you think?" The baker chuckled, a sound like water over smooth stones. "I do think that. Welcome, Anne. You look like you could use something warm." "Oh, could I ever? I'm soaked through, though I don't mind rain usually. Rain on Prince Edward Island is different though, softer somehow. This city rain is rather aggressive, isn't it?" She moved toward the counter, unbuttoning her coat. "What are those beautiful things? They look like cinnamon rolls, but somehow more so, as if someone took the idea of a cinnamon roll and made it absolutely perfect." "That's exactly what they are," Jo called from her chair, "and they taste even better than they look." Anne turned, noticing the other two by the fire for the first time. "Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. I get so caught up in my own observations that I miss everything else. I'm dreadfully sorry. It's one of my besetting sins," Matthew always said. Matthew is my adopted father, you see, and he's the dearest man in the world, though he doesn't say much, which works out well because I say quite enough for both of us. She stopped, laughed at herself. "There I go again. I like listening," the rabbit said gently. "Please, don't stop on my account." Anne noticed him then, and her eyes grew even wider. "A rabbit, a real rabbit, who talks. Oh, this is even more wonderful than I thought. Are you magic?" "In a way," the rabbit said, "though it's a quiet sort of magic, the kind that happens slowly, over time, when someone loves you enough." Anne pressed her hand to her heart. "That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard." The baker set a cinnamon roll on the counter, this one topped with a cream cheese frosting swirled with cinnamon and studded with bits of crystallized ginger. "This one suits you, I think, spice and sweetness." "It's perfect," Anne breathed. She accepted it along with a cup of tea, black tea with milk and sugar, just the way she liked it without having to ask. Thank you so much." She joined the others by the fire, taking the midnight blue chair, and for a few minutes she simply ate and drank, making small sounds of pleasure. The storm outside intensified, rain lashing the windows now, but inside the bakery the warmth held firm. "I'm thankful," Anne said suddenly. "That's what we're supposed to say on Thanksgiving, isn't it? What we're thankful for. I'm thankful for this moment, right now, for being warm and fed and in good company, for knowing that there are still surprising, wonderful things in the world." She looked at Jo and the rabbit. "What are you thankful for?" Joe considered. For words, I think. For the ability to put thoughts on paper and make sense of things that way. And for my sisters, even when they drive me mad. She smiled. And for unexpected shelter from storms. The rabbit was quiet for a longer time. I'm thankful for being real, he said at last, for continuing to exist, even after the boy grew up. For all the years I've had to see the world and understand what love made possible. His voice was thick with emotion. And for places like this, where travelers can rest. They sat together, three very different souls, bound by the moment and the warmth and the rain. The fourth visitor arrived without fanfare. The door simply opened, and a gentleman stepped through tall, perhaps 50 years of age, with a neat moustache and an air of precision about him. He carried an umbrella, which he closed with exact movements and placed in the stand by the door. His coat was perfectly dry. "Good evening," he said in a crisp British accent. "I do beg your pardon for the intrusion. I am Phileas Fogg, and I find myself unexpectedly delayed in my travels. A railway accident, nothing serious, but it has disrupted my schedule considerably." He consulted a pocket watch. "I calculated that I would reach my destination by precisely 7:43 this evening. It is now 8:15, and I am still 30 miles away, most vexing." "Time has a way of doing what it wants," the baker observed, "especially on Thanksgiving. Won't you sit down? Have something warm?" Fogg hesitated. "I really should attempt to secure alternative transportation." "In this storm?" Anne interjected. "Oh, you mustn't. You'll catch your death. And for what? An hour or two? Surely whoever is expecting you would rather you arrived safe than punctual." Fogg blinked at her, then at the others by the fire. "I suppose that is logical." "It's more than logical," Joe said. "It's human. Come, sit with us. The baker's cinnamon rolls are extraordinary, and you look like you could use something to ease that frown." "I am not frowning," Fogg said, but he moved toward the group nonetheless, drawn by the fire and the unexpected fellowship. The baker presented him with a cinnamon roll that was elegant in its simplicity, a perfect spiral glazed with brown sugar and butter, topped with a scattering of flaked sea salt. "This one is straightforward," the baker said. "No complications. Just exactly what it is, but done perfectly." Fogg accepted it with a small nod. "That actually sounds ideal. Thank you." He took the blue-striped chair that completed the semicircle around the fireplace, balancing his plate on his knee with the same precision he seemed to bring to everything. When he tasted the cinnamon roll, something in his face softened. "This is excellent," he said, surprise evident in his tone. "Truly excellent." "The baker is an artist," the rabbit said. They made room for Fogg in their conversation, and gradually his stiffness began to ease. He told them about his travels circumnavigating the globe in 80 days. He explained, had been his most famous journey, but he had never really stopped traveling since. "There's something addictive about motion," he said, "about seeing new places, new faces. though I confess." He paused, looking into his teacup. "There are times when I wonder if I'm traveling towards something or simply away from stillness." "Maybe both can be true," Joe suggested. "Maybe stillness isn't something to run from," Anne added. "Maybe it's where we figure out why we were running." Fogg looked at her, really looked, and nodded slowly. "You may be right, young lady. You may very well be right." The fire crackled, the rain drummed. The 5 companions ate and drank and let the warmth work its gentle magic. It was Anne who noticed the 6th visitor first. "Oh," she said softly. "Oh, look." A small figure stood in the doorway, a girl, no more than 12 or 13, with dark hair and enormous eyes that seemed too large for her thin face. She wore a coat that was too small for her and shoes that had been mended more than once. She held herself very still, very straight, as if good posture could make up for the shabbiness of her clothes. "I'm sorry," she said in a voice that was carefully controlled, carefully refined despite its youth. "I saw the light. I don't mean to intrude. I can go." "You'll do no such thing," Joe said, rising from her chair. "Come in, dear. You're soaked through." "I'm quite all right, thank you," the girl said, but her voice wavered slightly. The baker was already moving, bringing a blanket, soft, plum-colored, and draping it gently around the girl's shoulders. "What's your name, child?" "Sarah," the girl said. "Sarah Crew. I was. I've been working as a servant, you see, at a boarding school. But today is Thanksgiving, and I was given a few hours of leave, so I've been walking, just walking and imagining stories. I used to be a student at the school, but then my father died and his fortune was lost, and..." She stopped, swallowing hard. "I'm sorry. You don't want to hear all this." "We do," Anne said firmly. "Come, sit with us, please." Sarah moved forward hesitantly, and the rabbit shifted to make more room. She settled on a footstool near the fire, the blanket wrapped tightly around her. The baker brought her a cinnamon roll without asking, this one filled with chocolate and scattered with flakes of gold leaf that caught the firelight. "This is a princess roll," the baker said, "because that's what you are, no matter what circumstances may say." Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "I try to remember that," she whispered, "even when I'm cold and hungry and carrying coal scuttles up and down stairs. I try to imagine I'm still a princess, that this is all just a story, and stories always turn out right in the end." "They do," Joe said. "I write them so I should know." "And you're not imagining it," the rabbit said. "You are a princess. Being a princess isn't about money or fancy dresses. It's about how you carry yourself, how you treat others. It's about staying graceful when the world is cruel." Sarah looked at him, and a small smile touched her lips. "You understand." "I do." The baker brought Sarah a cup of hot chocolate, the real kind, dark and rich, topped with cream. She wrapped her hands around it and drank slowly, letting the warmth spread through her. The 6 of them sat together then, an unlikely family created by storm and circumstance. They talked about books and travel, about dreams and disappointments, about the strange ways that life leads us to exactly where we need to be, and told stories that made them laugh. Jo read a few paragraphs from her notebook, testing new ideas. Fog described the sunrise over the Himalayas with unexpected poetry. The rabbit spoke of the nursery long ago, of the boy and the skin horse and what it means to become real. And Sarah, slowly, began to share her own stories, the imaginary games she played to make the attic bearable, the way she pretended the rain on the skylight was diamonds falling, the kindness of the cook who sometimes smuggled her extra bread. "You're a storyteller too," Jo said. "Like me, you survive through imagination." "I suppose I do," Sarah said. "I never thought of it that way." The baker moved among them, refreshing tea, bringing more small treats, spiced nuts, apple slices with caramel, tiny pumpkin tarts that melted on the tongue. The storm outside began to ease, the hard rain softening to a gentle patter, then to a whisper. "I should be going," Fog said, but he made no move to rise. "My schedule can wait," and finished. "Just a little longer." He smiled a real smile, not the polite expression he usually wore. "Just a little longer," he agreed. They talked about Thanksgiving, about gratitude, about the things that sustain us when life is difficult. Jo spoke of her family, the love that grounded her even when she felt restless and misunderstood. Anne described the beauty of Prince Edward Island, the way home calls to you even when you travel far. The rabbit talked about memory, about carrying love forward through time. Fog, surprising himself, spoke of friendship, of his companion Passepartout, and how traveling was better when you had someone to share it with. And Sarah, her voice growing stronger, said, "I'm thankful for imagination, for the ability to see magic even in the ordinary, to know that even in an attic you can be a princess. Even in the dark you can find light." The fire had burned down to glowing embers. The rain had nearly stopped. The street outside was quiet, washed clean, the lamps reflected in puddles like fallen stars. The baker appeared one last time, carrying a large plate. "One more thing," the baker said, "for all of you to share." On the plate was a cinnamon roll like no other they had seen, large, golden, perfectly spiraled, the glaze catching the firelight like honey. It was studded with pecans and cranberries, swirled with cinnamon and cardamom, and it smelled like every Thanksgiving, every homecoming, every moment of comfort you've ever known. "Oh my," breathed Anne. "It's beautiful," Sarah whispered. The baker divided it carefully, giving each of them a portion on small plates. They ate slowly, reverently, savoring not just the taste but the moment, the togetherness, the warmth that had nothing to do with the fire and everything to do with the connections they'd made. When they finished, Fog checked his pocket watch one more time, then smiled and put it away. "I find," he said, "that I'm no longer concerned about my schedule. Some delays are worth it. All delays are worth it, Anne said, if they lead you somewhere wonderful. They began to gather their things, coats dried by the fire, bags and umbrellas, but they moved slowly, reluctant to break the spell. Will you be all right? Joe asked Sarah quietly. Getting back? Sarah nodded. I will. I always am. And now I'll have this memory to keep me warm. She looked around at all of them. Thank you, all of you, for treating me like someone who matters. You do matter, the rabbit said firmly. Never forget that. One by one, they said their goodbyes to each other and to the baker, who stood behind the counter, a presence more than a person, a feeling of welcome made manifest. Will we see each other again? Anne asked. Perhaps, the baker said. The bakery is always here, especially when it rains, and it rains often. They filed out into the night, which had become gentle and clear. The storm had passed, leaving everything washed and new. The stars were visible between the clouds, and the air smelled of rain and earth and the last leaves of autumn. Joe turned back once at the corner, looking at the bakery. The windows still glowed warm and golden. Inside, she could see the fire still burning, the chairs waiting by the hearth. The sign swung gently in the breeze. Open always, especially when it rains. She smiled, touched her hand to her heart in a small salute, and walked on into the night. Inside the bakery, the baker moved between the kitchen and the counter, preparing for the next travelers, the next storm, the next souls in need of warmth and cinnamon and kindness. The fire crackled. The ovens hummed. The scent of baking filled the air, and somewhere in the distance, through the quiet night, you could hear the sound of rain beginning again, soft, gentle, welcoming, calling wanderers home to the rainy day cinnamon roll bakery, where there would always be light in the window, warmth by the fire, and exactly the right treat waiting for exactly the right person. The night deepened. The bakery glowed, and everything, for this moment at least, was exactly as it should be. Warm, safe, and filled with the kind of magic that comes from simple kindness and cinnamon rolls shared among friends. The stars wheeled overhead, the world turned, and the rainy day cinnamon roll bakery waited, patient and eternal, for the next rainy day, the next weary traveler, the next soul in need of comfort and home. Sleep well, dear listener. Dream of warm bakeries and gentle rain. Dream of finding shelter when you need it most. Dream of cinnamon and kindness and the family we find in unexpected places. The story is over. The night is peaceful, and somewhere, always, the bakery door stands open, especially when it rains.
The Cozy Rainy Day Dragon's Bakery, a Halloween evening sleepy story. The rain began just as the October sun slipped behind the mountains, turning the cobblestone streets dark and slick with water. It wasn't a harsh rain, not the kind that made you hurry, but a steady, gentle drumming that seemed to whisper, "Stay inside, stay warm, rest now." The wind carried with it the scent of autumn, wet leaves and wood smoke, earth and endings, and somewhere, if you breathed in deeply enough, the faintest hint of cinnamon and brown sugar. On the corner of Maple and Third, where the old gas lamp flickered with its warm amber glow, stood the Rainy Day Dragon Bakery. Its windows glowed like honey, soft and inviting, casting golden rectangles onto the wet pavement outside. Inside those windows, passers-by could glimpse shelves lined with treats, steam rising from unseen ovens, and the silhouette of someone, something, moving peacefully between counter and kitchen. The bakery's sign swayed gently in the wind, painted with care in deep greens and golds. A friendly dragon curled around a loaf of bread, smoke rising from its nostrils in the shape of hearts. Tonight, for Halloween, small paper jack-o'-lanterns had been strung along the windows, their faces kind rather than frightening, glowing with the soft light of electric bulbs that looked like candle flames. The door was painted deep burgundy, and hanging from its brass handle was a wreath of autumn leaves, maple, oak, and birch, woven through with dried orange slices and whole cinnamon sticks. A small handwritten sign in the window read, "Open always. Come in from the storm." Inside, the bakery was everything a sanctuary should be on a night like this. The wooden floors were old and creaky in the most comforting way, covered here and there with braided rugs in shades of rust and gold and deep forest green. The walls were lined with open shelves displaying jars of flour and sugar, old copper mixing bowls, and ceramic containers painted with herbs and flowers. In one corner, a small fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing behind a wrought-iron screen, casting shifting shadows that seemed to breathe with the room. The air itself was thick with warmth and the most wonderful smells: yeast and butter, vanilla and cardamom, chocolate melting and bread baking, and something sweet and pumpkin spice that seemed to wrap around you like a blanket the moment you crossed the threshold. Behind the counter stood Dragon. He was not large as dragons go, perhaps the size of a very big dog or a small pony, with scales that gleamed deep emerald in the firelight, shifting to jade and forest green depending on how he moved. His wings were folded neatly against his back, delicate as stained glass, with membranes the colour of autumn leaves shot through with gold. His eyes were warm and kind, amber like honey held up to the sun, and his claws clicked softly against the wooden floor as he moved between oven and cooling rack, humming to himself in a low rumbling way that vibrated through the floorboards. Tonight, for Halloween, he wore a small orange apron embroidered with black cats, and perched between his horns was a tiny witch's hat that bobbed when he nodded his head. The display case before him was filled with Halloween dragon-themed treats, each one more inviting than the last. There were dragon-scale cookies, thin, delicate butter cookies brushed with edible gold and copper, shaped like overlapping scales that caught the light. Dragon's breath, cupcakes with dark chocolate cake and filling that popped and fizzed gently when you bit into them, topped with swirls of orange and black frosting. Pumpkin dragon tail pastries, flaky, curved treats filled with spiced pumpkin cream and dusted with cinnamon sugar. And in the back, kept warm, were dragon's fire apple tarts, individual tarts with caramelized apples and a hint of cayenne, their crusts golden and perfect, still steaming gently. But Dragon's specialty tonight was his Dragon Dream Tea, a blend of chamomile, lavender, and something mysterious that tasted like honey and starlight, served in thick ceramic mugs that kept your hands warm and made you feel safe all the way down to your toes. Dragon looked toward the window, where rain was now streaming steadily down the glass, and smiled to himself. On nights like this, he thought, someone always comes. Someone who needs warmth. Someone who needs rest. Someone who needs to remember that there are still places in the world that are safe. He set a kettle on the stove and waited. The first to arrive was a boy of about 12 or 13, soaked through to the skin, his sandy hair plastered to his forehead. He stood outside the bakery for a long moment, looking at the warm windows with an expression of longing and uncertainty, as if he wasn't sure he deserved to go inside. Then Dragon opened the door. "Come in, he said in his low, warm voice, which sounded like distant thunder on a summer afternoon. "You'll catch your death out there in the rain." The boy stepped inside, dripping onto the mat, and looked around with wide eyes. "I'm Tom," he said after a moment, his voice carrying the slow drawl of somewhere down south, somewhere with rivers and hot summers and long, lazy days. "Tom Sawyer, I was just walking and the rain came up and I saw your lights." "Of course," Dragon said gently, already reaching for a thick towel. "Here, dry yourself off, sit by the fire." Tom took the towel gratefully and made his way to one of the chairs near the fireplace, an old wing-back chair upholstered in worn burgundy velvet, with wooden arms carved like lion's paws. He sat down carefully, as if afraid he might break something, and began to towel his hair dry. Dragon brought him a mug of Dragon Dream Tea, the steam rising in lazy spirals, and a dragon scale cookie on a small plate. "Thank you kindly," Tom said, his voice quiet. He wrapped both hands around the mug and breathed in the steam, his shoulders beginning to relax for the first time since he'd arrived. "I've been walking a long time tonight, thinking about things, about growing up, I guess, about how things change." Dragon settled onto a cushion near the fire, his tail curling around himself in a peaceful spiral. "Halloween is a good night for thinking about change," he said. "The old year dying, the new one not yet born, everything in between." Tom nodded slowly, sipping his tea. The warmth spread through him, down into his chest and belly, chasing away the cold and the restlessness that had been dogging him all evening. He picked up the dragon scale cookie and bit into it. It was buttery and delicate, with just a hint of almond, and it dissolved on his tongue like a sweet dream. "This is real good," he said softly. "Better than anything Aunt Polly ever made, though don't tell her I said so." Dragon's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Your secret is safe with me. They sat together in comfortable silence, listening to the rain and the crackle of the fire. Tom finished his cookie slowly, savouring every bite, and when he was done, he leaned back in his chair with his tea and simply breathed. "It's nice here," he said eventually. "Peaceful, like nothing bad could ever happen." "That's the idea," Dragon said gently. "Everyone needs a place like that, especially on stormy nights." The door chimed softly as it opened again, and this time a young woman stepped inside, shaking rain from her shawl. She was in her early 20s, with dark hair pinned neatly back and warm brown eyes that held both kindness and a certain weariness, the look of someone who has carried responsibility on her shoulders since she was very young. "Oh," she said, seeing Tom by the fire and then spotting Dragon behind the counter. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I was just trying to find shelter from the rain, and I saw your light." "You're not intruding at all," Dragon said warmly. "Come in, please. You're very welcome here. May I take your shawl to dry by the fire?" "Thank you," she said, unwinding the damp wool from her shoulders. "I'm Meg March. I was on my way home from visiting a friend, and the storm caught me by surprise." Tom stood up politely. "Ma'am," he said, nodding. "Tom Sawyer. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Meg smiled at him. "Pleased to meet you as well, Tom." Dragon hung her shawl on a hook near the fire where it began to steam gently, releasing the scent of lavender sachets. He guided Meg to another chair, this one upholstered in moss green velvet with a footstool nearby, and brought her a mug of Dragon Dream tea and a dragon's fire apple tart on a pretty china plate with tiny painted roses around the rim. "Oh, this is lovely," Meg said, cupping the mug in both hands. "What a wonderful place you have here." "Thank you," Dragon said, inclining his head. "I try to make it welcoming, especially for those who spend so much time taking care of others." Meg looked at him in surprise, then laughed softly. "How did you know?" "Just a guess," Dragon said with a gentle smile. "But I'm rarely wrong." Meg sipped her tea and closed her eyes for a moment, letting the warmth and the herbs work their magic. When she opened them again, she looked at the apple tart with something like wonder. "I can't remember the last time someone made something just for me," she said quietly, "without me having to ask or plan it, or make sure everyone else was taken care of first." "Then it's long overdue," Dragon said firmly. "Please, enjoy." Meg picked up her fork and cut into the tart. The crust shattered perfectly, flakes of golden pastry catching the firelight, and the apple filling was sweet and tart and warm, with just enough spice to make her eyes widen in delight. "This is extraordinary," she said. "Truly, the best thing I've tasted in I don't know how long." From his chair, Tom raised his mug in agreement. "Everything here is the best I've ever had," he said. "I was just telling Dragon the same thing." Meg smiled at him, and they fell into easy conversation. Tom telling her about the Mississippi River and his adventures, though in the warm safety of the bakery even his most daring escapades sounded peaceful and far away, like stories from a book read long ago. Meg told him about her sisters, about Joe's wild stories and Beth's gentle music and Amy's artistic dreams, and about the small, quiet joys of home. Dragon moved softly between them, refilling tea, bringing a plate of dragon scale cookies to share, adjusting the fire so it burned just right. The rain continued its gentle drumming against the windows, and the bakery seemed to grow even cozier, even more like a place outside of time, where troubles couldn't reach and tomorrow didn't matter. The door opened again, and this time the man who entered looked as though he'd been arguing with himself all the way down the street. He was older, perhaps in his 60s, dressed in a fine but slightly old-fashioned black coat with a high collar and a walking stick. His hair was grey and thinning, his face lined with years of frowns, but his eyes held something different than they once had, something softer, something almost uncertain. He stood in the doorway, dripping, looking around the bakery with an expression that was half suspicion, half longing. Is this a place of business? He asked, his voice rough. Or some sort of charitable establishment? Dragon looked at him with these warm amber eyes and smiled. It's a bakery, he said simply, and you're welcome here. Please, come in from the storm, Mr. Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge, for it was indeed he, started at the sound of his name. How did you... He stopped, then shook his head. Never mind. I suppose I could come in for a moment, just to dry off. Of course, Dragon said. Let me take your coat. Scrooge allowed Dragon to help him out of his wet coat and hung his walking stick on a brass hook near the door. He looked around the bakery with the eye of a man who has spent his life calculating costs and profits. But for once he seemed unable to assign a value to what he was seeing. It's warm, he said finally, as if the word was strange in his mouth. It is, Meg agreed from her chair, smiling at him gently. And the treats are wonderful. Won't you sit down? Yes, sit here, sir, Tom said, vacating his wing-back chair and moving to a cushioned bench near the window. This is the best seat in the house. Scrooge looked at them both with something like bewilderment, then slowly, carefully lowered himself into the chair. Dragon brought him tea, in a larger mug, thick and sturdy, and a dragon's breath cupcake, its frosting swirled in orange and black with a small sugar pumpkin on top. I don't normally indulge in sweets, Scrooge said, but he was already lifting the mug to his lips, breathing in the steam. Tonight isn't normal, Dragon said gently. Tonight is Halloween. A night for breaking old rules and trying new things. Scrooge sipped the tea and something in his face changed. His shoulders dropped, his jaw unclenched. He took another sip and then another, and when he finally looked up, there were tears in his eyes. I've been walking, he said quietly, walking the streets, thinking about all the years I wasted, all the warmth I pushed away, all the kindness I refused. He looked down at the cupcake. I'm trying to do better, to be better, but some nights, I'm not sure I know how. Meg reached across the space between them and touched his hand briefly. The fact that you're trying she said softly, is what matters most. Tom nodded in agreement. My Aunt Polly always says it's never too late to change your ways, though usually she's talking about me staying out of trouble. He grinned, but I figure it applies to all of us. Scrooge looked at them both, then at Dragon, and something in him seemed to break open, not painfully, but like a door long locked finally swinging free. He picked up the cupcake and took a bite. The chocolate was rich and deep, the frosting sweet and light, and the filling popped and fizzed gently against his tongue, like tiny fireworks, like joy, like possibility. He closed his eyes and for a moment looked younger, softer, like a man remembering what happiness felt like. This is extraordinary, he whispered. Yes, Dragon said simply. Yes, it is. They sat together, the four of them, as the storm continued outside. Dragon brought more tea and a plate of dragon-scale cookies to share, and they passed them around like old friends, their conversation gentle and meandering, about autumn, about holidays, about memories of warmth and home. Even Scrooge, who had spent so many years alone, found himself talking about Christmases long past, about his sister, about small moments of kindness he had almost forgotten. And as he talked, the tightness around his eyes eased, and his voice grew warmer, and by the time he reached for his third cookie, he was almost smiling. The next arrival was so quiet that at first no one noticed him. The door opened just a crack, and a man slipped inside like a shadow, moving on feet that barely seemed to touch the ground. He was older, with a long white beard and clothing that looked like it came from another century. Knee breeches and a long coat with tarnished buttons, a tricorn hat clutched in his hands. He stood just inside the door, blinking in the warm light, looking confused and half asleep, as if he'd just woken from a very long dream. Dragon looked up from the kettle he was filling and smiled. "Good evening," he said gently. "You look as though you could use a place to rest, Mr. Van Winkle." The man blinked at him. Yes, I suppose I could. Everything seems so different these days. So fast, so loud, I can't seem to keep up with it all." "Then don't," Dragon said simply. "Not tonight. Tonight just rest." Rip Van Winkle, for he had slept 20 years and woken to a world he no longer recognized, shuffled over to a cushioned bench near the fire, moving like a man in water, slow and uncertain. Dragon brought him tea and a dragon-tail pastry, its flaky layers still warm from the oven, dusted with cinnamon sugar that caught the firelight. "What is this place?" Rip asked, his voice soft and wondering. "A bakery," Meg said kindly. "A place to rest and be warm." "I've been walking," Rip said, looking down at his tea. "Walking and walking, trying to find something familiar. But everything's changed. The town, the people, even the mountains look different somehow." Tom leaned forward from his bench by the window. "Must be hard," he said sympathetically. "Waking up and finding everything different." "It is," Rip said. "I keep thinking I'll wake up again and find it was all a dream, that I'll be back in my old cabin with my old dog and my wife calling me in for supper." He trailed off, looking lost. Scrooge cleared his throat. Change is difficult, he said, his voice rough but not unkind. I've learned that myself. But sometimes change is also a gift, a chance to begin again. Rip looked at him with those sleepy ancient eyes. Do you really think so? I'm trying to, Scrooge said quietly. Every day I'm trying to believe it. Dragon moved to sit near them, his scales gleaming in the firelight. The world will always change, he said softly. People, places, times, they all shift and flow like water. But some things remain. Kindness, warmth, the comfort of a safe place and a warm meal. These things are eternal. Rip took a bite of his pastry, and for the first time since he'd entered, he smiled. This is good, he said. Real good. Reminds me of my mother's kitchen. Long, long ago. Then I'm glad, Dragon said. Sometimes we all need to be reminded of home. They sat together, these 5 souls from different times and places, sharing the warmth of the fire and the comfort of Dragon's baking. Outside, the storm continued, but inside, time seemed to slow and soften, becoming something gentler, something that didn't push or demand, but simply flowed around them like honey, like warmth, like safety. The last to arrive came so quietly that she almost wasn't noticed at all. She was small, a child, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, with blonde hair and a thin dress that was far too inadequate for an October storm. She stood pressed against the window, looking in with wide eyes, her face pale and hungry, her small hands clutching an empty matchbox. Dragon saw her first. Without a word, he rose and went to the door, opening it wide. "Little one," he said gently, "please, come inside." The little match girl looked at him with something like fear, something like hope. "I couldn't pay," she whispered. "I haven't any money. I've been trying to sell matches all day, but no one will buy them, and I'm so cold." "You don't need money here," Dragon said firmly. "Not tonight. Come in. Come and be warm." She hesitated one moment more, then stepped inside. Immediately the warmth wrapped around her like an embrace, and she shivered. Not from cold now, but from the sudden absence of it. From relief so intense it was almost painful. Meg was up in an instant, taking off her own shawl, now dry and warm from the fire, and wrapping it around the child's thin shoulders. "Oh, sweetheart," she said softly, "come sit by the fire, let's get you warm." Tom moved to make room on his bench, and Meg settled the girl between them, close to the fire, rubbing her small hands between her own to bring the warmth back into them. Scrooge stood abruptly, his face stricken. She's just a child," he said hoarsely. "Out in the cold, alone. How can this be? How can we allow this?" "Hush now," Dragon said gently, bringing the girl a mug of warm milk mixed with honey and a hint of vanilla, and a plate with 3 dragon scale cookies arranged in a pretty pattern. "She's safe now. That's what matters." The little match girl wrapped her hands around the mug and drank, her eyes closing with each sip. Dragon brought her a dragon's fire apple tart, still warm, and she ate it slowly, carefully, as if each bite was precious beyond measure. "What's your name, child?" Rip asked softly. She looked up at him. "I haven't got a proper name in the story," she whispered. "Everyone just calls me the little match girl." "Then we'll call you Grace," Meg said decisively, "'cause you are a grace, a blessing to all of us who have the privilege of helping you." The girl, Grace, looked at her with eyes that were suddenly bright with tears. "Really?" she whispered. "Really," Meg said firmly, pulling her close. They gathered around her then, all of them, Tom fetching more cushions to prop behind her, Scrooge draping his own coat, now dry, over the back of the bench to block any drafts, Rip telling her soft stories about the Catskill Mountains and magical little men who played ninepins in the thunder, Meg holding her close, Dragon bringing treat after treat, cookies and tarts and small cakes shaped like autumn leaves, each one perfect, each one made with love. And slowly, slowly the colour came back into Grace's cheeks. Her eyes grew less haunted. Her small body relaxed into the warmth and the safety and the abundance of care surrounding her. "I used to dream about places like this," she said softly, when her plate was empty and her mug drained. "When I was standing in the cold trying to light my matches, I'd dream about warm rooms and kind people and food that tasted like heaven." "Well, you're not dreaming now," Tom said firmly. "This is real, and you're safe." "Safe," she repeated, as if testing the word. "Yes, I'm safe." Dragon brought out a final tray of treats, a special creation he'd been saving. They were small cakes shaped like dragons, each one unique, decorated with coloured icing in greens and golds and deep autumn reds. The cakes were soft and light, flavoured with honey and almonds and a hint of lavender, and when you bit into them, they seemed to melt away, leaving only warmth and sweetness and a profound sense of peace. "These are dragon dream cakes," he said softly, "made especially for nights like this, for people who need to remember that they are valued and loved, and that the world, despite everything, still holds beauty and goodness." He gave one to each of them, and they ate together in comfortable silence, the only sounds the crackling fire, the gentle rain, and the soft sighing of wind around the eaves. The hours passed in that timeless way they have in safe places on stormy nights. The group talked and fell silent and talked again, sharing stories and cookies and comfortable companionship. Dragon moved between them like a gentle shadow, always knowing when someone needed more tea, when someone needed a moment alone, when someone needed to talk or simply to be heard. Tom told them about whitewashing fences and caves full of treasure, and his stories made them laugh. Gentle laughs that felt good in the chest, that reminded them all of simpler times. Meg spoke about her sisters and the small, precious joys of daily life. Sunrise through lace curtains, bread rising in the oven, her sister's hand in yours when the world felt too large. Scrooge talked haltingly at first, then with growing confidence about change and redemption and the slow, painful process of becoming a better person. "It's harder than I thought," he admitted. "Being kind, staying kind, not falling back into old patterns. But nights like this, they help." They remind me what I'm working toward. Rip talked about time and loss and the strange melancholy of being a man out of his era. But maybe, he said thoughtfully, looking around at his new friends, maybe that's not entirely a bad thing. Maybe it means I get to choose who to be now, without the weight of who I was before. Grace said little, but she listened to everything with wide eyes, and whenever someone smiled at her or offered her another treat, she glowed as if lit from within. And Dragon moved among them with his steady, comforting presence, never rushing, never pushing, simply being there, present, attentive, safe. At some point the rain began to soften, moving from a drumming to a whisper, and then to nothing more than occasional drops sliding down the windows like slow tears. "The storm is passing," Meg said softly, looking toward the window. "Yes," Dragon said, "but you're all welcome to stay as long as you like. There's no rush, not tonight." Scrooge stood and walked to the window, looking out at the wet streets, now peaceful under the gas lamps. "I should go," he said. "I have people I want to see, things I want to do before it's too late." But he turned and looked at Dragon, at all of them, with something like gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, "for this, for reminding me." "You're welcome any time," Dragon said. "Any time at all." Rip stood as well, stretching. "I suppose I should find my way back too," he said, "though I'm not entirely sure where back is anymore." He smiled. "But I feel better equipped to figure it out now, more rested." Tom hopped up from his bench. "I'll walk with you part of the way if you like," he offered. "I know these streets pretty well." "I'd appreciate that, young man," Rip said warmly. Meg looked down at Grace, who had fallen asleep against her shoulder, breathing softly and evenly, her face peaceful for perhaps the first time in months. "She can stay," Dragon said quietly. "There's a small room upstairs, warm and safe. She's welcome to it for as long as she needs." Meg's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you," she whispered. "Oh, thank you." "I'll stay too, if that's all right," Meg added, "just for tonight, to make sure she's settled." "Of course," Dragon said. "There's room for both of you. And breakfast in the morning, warm porridge with brown sugar and cream, fresh bread with butter and jam, everything you could want." One by one they prepared to leave or settle in for the night. Dragon helped Scrooge into his coat, now completely dry and somehow softer than before. He gave Tom and Rip a small paper bag each, filled with dragon-scale cookies for their journey. He showed Meg and Grace upstairs to a cosy room with 2 beds covered in thick quilts, a window looking out over the rain-washed street, and a small table with a lamp already burning warm and golden. Before they went up, each of them hugged Dragon, this strange, gentle creature who asked nothing and gave everything, who made magic from flour and sugar and time. "Will we see you again?" Tom asked. "Whenever you need to," Dragon said. "The bakery is always here, always open, always ready to welcome you home." They left then, or climbed the stairs. and soon the bakery was quiet again except for the crackling fire and Dragon humming softly to himself as he cleaned up, washing mugs and wiping down counters and preparing dough for tomorrow's bread. Outside, the last of the storm clouds drifted away, revealing a sky full of stars and a moon just past full, casting silver light on the wet streets. The air smelled clean and fresh, washed new by the rain, and somewhere in the distance a church bell chimed the midnight hour, Halloween passing into All Saints' Day, the old giving way to the new, everything changing and yet somehow everything remaining the same. In his bakery, Dragon banked the fire and turned down the lamps, leaving just one burning in the window, a beacon, a promise, a welcome light for anyone who might need it. He climbed the stairs to his own small room and paused at Meg and Grace's door, hearing soft breathing inside, the breath of sleep, of peace, of safety. He smiled to himself and continued on, and as he settled into his own bed, his tail curled around himself for warmth. Dragon thought about all the people who had passed through his door tonight, all the stories they carried, all the pain and hope and possibility wound up in each of their hearts. Tomorrow they would wake and continue their journeys. Scrooge to his redemption, Tom to his adventures, Meg to her family, Rip to his uncertain future, Grace to a life that would perhaps be kinder than the one she'd known before. But tonight they had been safe. Tonight they had been warm. Tonight they had been fed, not just with bread and sweets, but with kindness, with presence, with the simple gift of being seen and valued and cared for. And that, Dragon thought, as his eyes drifted closed, that was enough. That was magic. That was everything. Outside, the last drops of rain fell from the eaves, soft as lullabies, gentle as blessings. The stars turned in their ancient dance. The world spun on through the darkness, carrying all its lost and weary travellers toward morning. And in the rainy day Dragon Bakery all was quiet, all was peaceful, all was well. Sleep now, dear listener. Dream of warm kitchens and kind dragons, of cookies that taste like starlight, and tea that chases away all cold. Dream of finding sanctuary in storms, of strangers becoming friends, of Grace arriving unexpected in the middle of a Halloween night. The bakery will be there when you need it. Dragon will be waiting. The door will always open for you, and inside there will be warmth and rest and everything you need to remember that you are safe, you are valued, you are home. Sleep now, sleep, all is well. The end. Cozy rainy day, the gingerbread man's bakery, a Halloween evening sleepy story. The rain began just as the afternoon light faded into evening, and by the time the old street lamps flickered to life along Storybook Lane, the storm had settled into a steady, drumming rhythm against cobblestones and window panes. It was the kind of rain that made the whole world feel smaller, softer, as if the night itself were drawing a blanket over the neighbourhood, tucking in each shop and dwelling with gentle, insistent drops. At the corner where Storybook Lane curved toward Memory Row, there stood a bakery unlike any other. Its sign swung slowly in the wind, creaking just slightly, a comfortable, familiar sound. The sign bore the image of a running gingerbread man, cheerful and bright, and beneath it, painted letters spelled out, "The Rainy Day Gingerbread Man Bakery." But tonight, on this particular Halloween evening, someone had added a small decoration, a string of paper bats and tiny pumpkins that danced in the breeze, their shadows flickering across the warm golden light that spilled from the bakery's front windows. Inside, the warmth was immediate and complete. The moment you crossed the threshold, leaving the chill of the storm behind, you entered a world of honey-coloured light and the most extraordinary fragrances: cinnamon and nutmeg, brown sugar caramelizing, butter melting into dough, and above all, that deep, spicy sweet scent of gingerbread baking to perfection. The walls were old brick, exposed in places and painted cream in others, and they seemed to hold the warmth the way stone holds sunshine, radiating it back into the cosy space. Along one wall, glass cases displayed the evening's treats. Gingerbread figures and creatures, spiced pumpkin scones with orange glaze, warm apple cider donuts, and ornate gingerbread houses with candy corn shutters and pretzel fences. For Halloween, there were special delights: gingerbread men with candy hats, cats with licorice whiskers, and miniature story scenes, a pirate ship of spiced cookies, a marzipan garden cottage, a sugar-sailed vessel. Mismatched tables filled the room, each with a flickering lantern. In the back, a small fire crackled in an old stone fireplace beside two velvet armchairs the colour of autumn leaves. Books were everywhere, on shelves, in corners, beside the register, old volumes with soft pages and stories that seemed to linger in the air. Behind the counter, half hidden by steam and copper pots, the gingerbread man worked his quiet magic. Short and spry, apron dusted with flour, he shaped dough and brushed glaze with deft hands, humming old wordless tunes. Somehow, he always knew what each visitor needed before they did. The bell above the door chimed softly, its voice nearly lost in the sound of the rain, and a small figure stepped inside, shaking droplets from a simple woolen cloak. "Excuse me," came a gentle voice, touched with a Swiss accent that lilted like mountain streams. "Is this bakery open?" I saw the light and hoped. The gingerbread man appeared from behind the counter, wiping his hands on his apron, his round face breaking into a smile. Of course. Come in from the storm. You must be chilled through." The girl pushed back her hood, revealing braided hair and cheeks pink from the cold. She couldn't have been more than 12, with honest eyes and a forthright manner. "I'm Heidi," she said simply. "I was on my way to visit a friend, but the storm came so suddenly. I've been walking for hours, and I saw your light. It reminded me of home, of my grandfather's cottage in the mountains when the snow would fall and everything felt safe and warm." "Then you've come to exactly the right place," the gingerbread man said, his voice warm as fresh bread. "Sit anywhere you like." "Would you prefer a table by the fire?" Heidi's face lit up. "Oh, yes, please, if it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all. That's what the fire is for cold travellers on stormy nights." He gestured toward the armchairs, and Heidi moved towards them gratefully, her movements showing the weariness of long walking. She settled into the chair closest to the hearth, and immediately the warmth began to seep into her bones, melting away the chill that had settled deep during her journey through the rain. The gingerbread man disappeared briefly into his kitchen, and Heidi could hear the soft sounds of cups being arranged, liquid being poured, and then he returned carrying a tray. On it sat a large mug of something steaming. Hot apple cider, Heidi discovered, spiced with cinnamon and cloves and a touch of honey that made it taste like bottled sunshine, and a plate bearing something that made her gasp with delight. "Gingerbread chalets," the baker explained, setting the tray on the small table beside her chair with careful attention. "I thought you might appreciate them. See? Each one has a little sugar snow on the roof and candy flowers in the window boxes, just like the mountain cottages. And if you look closely, there's even a tiny sugar grandfather standing in the doorway of this one." The gingerbread buildings were perfect miniatures, each one slightly different, their spiced scent mixing with the cider's warm fragrance. The detail was extraordinary. Shutters made of thin gingerbread, doors with tiny icing hinges, even little paths made of crushed graham crackers leading to each entrance. Heidi's eyes grew bright with tears, the good kind, born of unexpected kindness, and the sweet ache of homesickness soothed. "They're just like home," she whispered, her voice catching. "How did you know?" The gingerbread man only smiled, a knowing, gentle expression that suggested he understood more than he said. "Sometimes we know things without knowing how we know them. Enjoy your treats, dear Heidi. Stay as long as you need. The storm will pass when it's ready, and until then, you're safe and warm here." Heidi wrapped her hands around the warm mug, feeling the heat seep into her palms, and took a small, reverent bite of one of the gingerbread chalets. The spice bloomed on her tongue, ginger and cinnamon and something else, something that tasted like comfort and memory and home all mingled together. She closed her eyes, listening to the rain's steady rhythm against the windows, feeling the fire's warmth on her face, and for the first time in hours, her shoulders relaxed completely. The tension she hadn't even realized she'd been carrying melted away like snow in spring sunshine. The bell chimed again, more urgently this time, and a blast of wind and rain swept into the bakery. The door banged open, and a figure stumped inside, moving with an uneven gait, leaning heavily on a crutch. Rain dripped from a long coat and a tricorn hat, and as the figure turned to push the door closed against the wind, Heidi saw the weathered face of a sea-worn man, his jaw set in determination, his eyes sharp despite the exhaustion that lined his features. "Blasted storm," the man muttered, securing the door with his free hand. Then he turned fully and seemed to notice where he was for the first time. His eyes, one sharp and calculating, the other softened by years of sun and sea and hard living, swept across the cozy interior, taking in the warmth, the golden light, the smell of baking that filled every corner. Well now, this be an unexpected haven. Welcome, the gingerbread man called from the counter, his voice carrying the same warmth he'd shown Heidi. Come in, come in. You look like you've been battling more than just rain. Despite his weathered appearance and the rough edges that years of sailing had given him, the old pirate's face softened slightly when he saw the young girl. "Good evening, miss," he said, inclining his head with surprising gentleness. "I hope I'm not disturbing your peace." "Not at all," Heidi said warmly, with the mountain hospitality that came as naturally to her as breathing. "There's plenty of room, and storms are better faced together, don't you think?" Something in the girl's simple, honest welcome seemed to touch the old sailor in a place he thought had gone hard years ago. He made his way to a table near the fire, not right beside Heidi, but close enough for companionable conversation, and lowered himself into a chair with a sigh that spoke of aching joints, and long miles walked on cobblestones that were harder than any deck. The gingerbread man appeared with another tray, this one bearing a large tankard of something that steamed and smelled wonderfully of apples and rum and spices, and a plate arranged with several items that made Long John Silver pause and stare. "Hot buttered rum punch," the baker explained, setting down the tankard with care. "It'll warm you from the inside out, and these," he gestured to the plate with evident pride, "are special gingerbread ships. See? Each one has sails made of rice paper, and the hulls are filled with spiced cream. And these round ones are ship's wheel gingerbread cookies with white chocolate spokes. I thought a sailing man might appreciate them." Long John Silver stared at the plate, then up at the baker, his weathered face showing genuine surprise. "How did you—" He stopped, shaking his head slowly. Never mind. I've learned not to question good fortune when it finds me, especially on a night like this." He picked up one of the gingerbread ships with surprising delicacy, his calloused fingers gentle with the delicate cookie craft, examining it with the eye of a man who knew vessels from stem to stern, who had sailed more seas than most men even heard of. "This be fine work," he murmured, genuine appreciation in his rough voice. "Reminds me of—" He paused, something wistful crossing his features, softening the hard lines that weather and worry had etched there. "Of better days, perhaps, or at least different ones. Days when the sea was full of promise instead of just danger and distance." He bit into the cookie, and his eyes closed. The warmth of the ginger, the richness of the spiced cream, the way the rice paper sail dissolved like sea foam on his tongue. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. He took a long drink of the rum punch, feeling it warm him from the inside out, spreading through his chest like sunrise spreading across water, and when he set down the tankard, his shoulders had eased, and some of the hard lines around his mouth had softened into something approaching peace. "I never thought," he said quietly, almost to himself, his voice roughened by emotion. that I'd find myself grateful for a storm in a bakery on a Halloween night. But here I am, and I'll not forget this kindness. There's not been much kindness in my life, if I'm honest, so when it comes, it means all the more. You're welcome here, the gingerbread man said simply, with no judgment in his voice, only acceptance. All travellers are, no matter where they've been or what they've done. Everyone needs shelter sometimes. The rain continued its steady rhythm, becoming less of an intrusion and more of a lullaby, and for a while the bakery held just the two of them. Heidi with her gingerbread chalets and Long John Silver with his cookie ships, while the fire crackled and settled and the gingerbread man worked in the back, the sounds of his baking a gentle counterpoint to the storm. The copper pots hanging from hooks caught the firelight and glowed like small suns, and the old brick walls seemed to breathe warmth into the space. The bell chimed again, softer this time, almost hesitant, as if whoever stood outside was uncertain about entering. The door opened only a crack, and a slender figure slipped inside so quietly that neither Heidi nor Long John Silver noticed at first. The newcomer stood just inside the door, dripping slightly, her long hair hanging in damp waves that caught the candlelight. Her feet, bare, Heidi noticed with surprise and concern, making no sound on the wooden floor. She was beautiful in an otherworldly way, with enormous eyes that held depths of sadness and longing, eyes that had seen wonders most people never dreamed of, and when she moved it was with a strange halting grace, as if each step cost her something precious, as if the simple act of walking caused her pain that she was trying desperately to hide. The gingerbread man emerged from the kitchen and stopped, a look of deep compassion crossing his kind face. "Little mermaid," he said gently, his voice soft as butter melting, "you've travelled far to be here tonight. Come, let me help you." The mermaid, for despite her legs and human form, it was clear what she had been, what she had sacrificed to become what she was, looked up with those depthless eyes. When she spoke, her voice was beautiful but held an edge of pain, as if each word were difficult, as if speaking cost her almost as much as walking. "I saw your light from the street. I've been walking through the city, and everything is so hard, so sharp. The cobblestones hurt, and I don't belong anywhere, not in the sea anymore, and not here, not really. But your light looked kind. I thought, maybe." "You belong here," the gingerbread man said firmly with absolute conviction. "Come, sit by the fire, let me make you comfortable." He guided her to the remaining armchair beside Heidi, one hand hovering near her elbow to steady her without actually touching, respecting her space while offering support. Heidi immediately reached out a hand in welcome, her mountain heart moved by obvious suffering. "I'm Heidi. Please, sit down. You look exhausted, and your feet." The little mermaid sank into the chair with visible relief, lifting her feet from the floor in a way that suggested they hurt her terribly, that every moment of contact with the ground was agony. "Heidi, with the mountain instinct for practical kindness that her grandfather had taught her, immediately pulled over a small footstool cushioned with faded velvet. "Here, put them up. It helps when you've been walking too long. My grandfather taught me that after days in the high pastures." The mermaid's eyes filled with tears, tears that she'd sacrificed so much to be able to shed, tears that represented her humanity and her loss in equal measure, and she nodded gratefully, unable to speak for a moment as the kindness overwhelmed her. The gingerbread man returned with the tray bearing a beautiful porcelain teapot and matching cup, steam rising in delicate spirals that caught the candlelight, and a plate arranged with the most exquisite cookies anyone had ever seen. "This is a special chamomile tea," he explained, pouring the golden liquid into her cup with steady hands. "It has honey and a touch of vanilla and something else, something to help with the pain. And these," he indicated the cookies with gentle pride, "are gingerbread mermaids and sea creatures. See? Each one is decorated to look like something from beneath the waves. Shells made of icing, starfish with sugar pearls, and these little seahorses with candy fins. I thought they might remind you of home, of the beauty you knew." The little mermaid took the cup in both hands, breathing in the steam, letting it warm her face, and something in her posture eased slightly, the tight set of her shoulders relaxing just a fraction. She looked at the cookies, each one a perfect echo of the world she'd left behind, rendered in ginger and spice and love, and a single tear traced down her cheek, catching the firelight like a diamond. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You don't know how much this means. To be somewhere where someone understands even a little, where I don't have to pretend it doesn't hurt, where I can just be." "I think I do know," the gingerbread man said softly, his voice full of understanding. "And you're safe here for as long as you need. Pain and all." Long John Silver, who had been watching this exchange with an expression of gruff sympathy, cleared his throat in that rough way sailors have. "There be many kinds of storms, miss," he said quietly, his voice gentler than anyone would expect from an old pirate. "Not all of them made of wind and rain. Some of the worst storms rage inside us, where no one else can see, but a warm hearth and a kind word help with them all, I've found, whether the storm's outside or in." The little mermaid looked over at him and managed a small smile, fragile but genuine. "You're very kind. I didn't expect. I mean, you look like someone who's lived a hard life." "Aye, that I have," Long John admitted, something like shame flickering across his face. "Not always a good life, if I'm honest. Made choices I'm not proud of, done things I wish I could take back, but that's what time and the sea teach you, that it's never too late to choose kindness, even if you've chosen otherwise before." Heidi poured the little mermaid more tea without asking, an effortless act of mountain hospitality that spoke of care and simple kindness. The little mermaid accepted gratefully, wrapping her hands around the warm cup and tasting a gingerbread mermaid. The spice was grounding, pulling her back from sorrow and anchoring her in this moment. The warm room, the kind people, the unexpected grace that had found her on the darkest night. Outside, wind rattled the windows and made the Halloween decorations dance, but inside, the warmth deepened, as if the bakery itself responded to those seeking shelter. The fire crackled, and the gingerbread man moved about his kitchen, pulling fresh cookies from the oven, their comforting scent wrapping around everyone like a warm embrace. The bell chimed once more, and this time the door burst open with the energy of youth barely contained. A boy tumbled in, shaking rain from his hair like a dog, his clothes damp, but his spirits apparently undampened by the storm or the wet or the late hour. "Whoo!" he exclaimed, pushing wet brown hair out of his eyes with both hands. "That's some storm. I was over on the river. I got a raft, you see, all made by myself with my hands. And I was planning to take her out tomorrow morning at first light. But then this storm blew up out of nowhere, and Aunt Polly sent word I'd better come back to town, and I was heading back when I saw this place. And I thought, well, Tom Sawyer, this looks like the kind of place that might have something good to eat, and my stomach's been growling something fierce, and..." He stopped, suddenly aware that he'd been talking non-stop in that way enthusiastic boys do, and grinned sheepishly at the assembled group. "Sorry, I do that sometimes. Talk too much, Aunt Polly says. She's always telling me I could talk the ears off a cornfield. I'm Tom Sawyer, from St. Petersburg, Missouri, and pleased to make your acquaintance." Despite herself, despite the pain and the sadness she carried, the little mermaid smiled. A real smile this time, not just a ghost of one. Heidi laughed outright, charmed by the boy's irrepressible energy and honest enthusiasm. Even Long John Silver's mouth twitched upward, his weathered face crinkling with genuine amusement. "Well now, young Tom Sawyer," the old pirate said, something almost fatherly in his rough voice. "You've got the spirit of a sailor, talking like you're racing the wind. Come, sit yourself down. There's room here by the fire, and if you're from the river, I expect you know something about boats and water and the way they call to a person's soul." Tom's eyes lit up at finding someone who understood the call of water and adventure, someone who didn't think it foolish to spend hours drifting on a raft. He swung a chair around and straddled it, grinning. "Oh, I know boats, sir. Me and Huck know the Mississippi like the back of our hands. Found islands, caves with treasure, seen the river in every kind of weather. Are you a sailing man?" "I've spent more years at sea than on land," Long John said, pride and regret mingling in his voice. "From the Caribbean to the South Pacific, the Cape of Good Hope to ports I couldn't name. The sea's been my home, but I've never sailed the Mississippi." "Oh, you'd love it," Tom beamed. "It's wide and brown and full of secrets, shifting islands and sandbars, caves that run for miles, and at night, when the stars shine on the water, it's like floating in the sky." The gingerbread man appeared with Tom's order. A tall glass of cold milk and a plate of gingerbread cookies shaped like rafts with pretzel masts, fish with almond scales, treasure chests filled with candy coins, and jolly pirate men with icing skull hats. "Oh, wow," Tom breathed, his eyes going wide with delight. "These are the finest cookies I ever saw. Look at this little raft, it's just like mine. And the treasure chests actually open. How did you do that?" He bit into a gingerbread treasure chest and his eyes widened even further. "And there's real chocolate inside. It's like finding actual treasure. This is amazing." His delight was infectious, spreading through the room like warmth from the fire. Heidi and the little mermaid exchanged smiles, and Long John Silver chuckled warmly, a sound that seemed to surprise him, as if he hadn't laughed genuinely in longer than he could remember. Tom's energy and enthusiasm seemed to brighten the already cosy room, adding a note of youthful joy to the evening's gentler, more reflective tones. "So what brings all of you out on a night like this?" Tom asked between bites of cookie, his natural curiosity bubbling up the way it always did. "Are you travellers? Adventurers? What's your stories?" "I suppose we all are in our own ways," Heidi said thoughtfully, her honest mountain nature making her consider the question seriously. "I was travelling to visit someone when the storm found me. Sometimes the best adventures are the ones we don't plan." "And sometimes," the little mermaid added softly, "we're all travelling towards something we hope to find, even when we're not sure what it is. I've been travelling since I left my home beneath the waves, still travelling, still searching." "Searching for what?" Tom asked with innocent directness. The little mermaid was quiet for a moment, then said, "I thought I knew once. Now I think maybe I'm just searching for a place where I belong, where the pain means something, where I can be both what I was and what I've become." Long John Silver nodded slowly. That's the truest thing I've heard in many a year. We're all searching for that, I think. A place to belong despite what we've been, what we've done, what we've lost." They were quiet for a moment, the weight of these truths settling over them like the softest blanket. But it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. The rain continued its gentle rhythm, and the fire crackled, and somehow the silence felt full rather than empty, pregnant with understanding rather than awkwardness. Tom, who couldn't bear silence for long, broke it with characteristic brightness. "Well, I think you all belong here right now in this bakery on this Halloween night, and I'm glad I found you all. This is better than any adventure I could have planned." "You're a wise boy," Heidi said warmly. "Wise?" Tom grinned. "That's not what Aunt Polly says. She says I'm trouble with a capital T." "Perhaps trouble and wisdom aren't as far apart as people think," the little mermaid suggested, something like humour lighting her sad eyes for the first time. The conversation softened, slowing like the rain. Heidi spoke of her mountains, her grandfather, goats and moonlit snow. Tom told of the river, of Huck, and the freedom of drifting with no one to answer to. The little mermaid spoke of the sea, its depths, currents, and whale songs, and though pain flickered across her face, the telling eased her. Long John Silver shared tales of distant ports, Storms survived, treasures found and lost. He left out darker deeds, but they sensed them, as all true stories hold both light and shadow. The gingerbread man moved quietly among them, refilling cups, bringing treats. Gingerbread men with pumpkin faces, tiny pumpkin tarts, apple cider cookies that crumbled sweetly. He said little, but his presence was a comfort, a promise of safety and warmth. The evening deepened, the rain hushed to a whisper, the fire glowed low and steady. Outside, carved pumpkins smiled from porches, their candlelight faces beaming like gentle guardians in the dark. Tom stifled a yawn, then grinned apologetically. Sorry, all that walking and then all this warmth, it's making me sleepy. Me too, Heidi admitted. But it's the good kind of sleepy, the kind where you feel safe and content. I haven't felt this peaceful in... The little mermaid paused. In longer than I can remember, maybe ever. Long John Silver stretched carefully, mindful of his leg. Aye, there's a peace here that's hard to find in the old world. The gingerbread man has created something special in this place. As if summoned by his name, the baker emerged from the kitchen one final time, carrying a tray that held something that made them all lean forward with wonder. On it was a gingerbread creation, a house decorated as a tiny version of the bakery itself, complete with little sugar windows glowing with candied yellow light, a sign made of icing declaring it to be the Rainy Day Gingerbread Man Bakery, and tiny figures arranged around it that looked remarkably like each of them. For all of you, he said softly, his voice warm as the fire itself, for sharing this Halloween evening together, for bringing your stories and your kindness to my bakery. You've made this a special night. We should be thanking you, Heidi said, her eyes bright. Perhaps we can thank each other, the gingerbread man suggested, and set the creation in the centre of their gathering. They shared the gingerbread bakery piece by piece, each bite a communion, a sweetness shared, a moment of perfect belonging. The spice and sugar melted on their tongues, and somehow each piece tasted like exactly what each person needed. Like home for Heidi, like adventure for Tom, like the sea for the little mermaid, like redemption for Long John Silver. When the last crumb had been consumed and the last drops drunk, they settled into their places around the fire. The gingerbread man brought out soft blankets and draped them over shoulders. He brought pillows and footstools, adjusting each person's comfort with gentle attention. Stay as long as you like, he said softly. The storm has passed, but the night is deep, and sometimes the best journey is the one that waits until morning. Rest here, in the warmth, in the peace. You're all welcome, always. He dimmed the lanterns one by one until only the fire's glow remained, painting everything in shades of amber and shadow. The Halloween night outside had grown quiet. The rain stopped completely now, leaving only the occasional drip from eaves and the soft whisper of wind. Inside the bakery they settled into that beautiful space between waking and sleep. Heidi's eyes grew heavy, her head resting against the soft back of her chair. Tom yawned hugely and curled up on his chair, looking suddenly much younger than his adventurous spirit suggested. The little mermaid's face had finally relaxed, the pain lines smoothed away, her feet elevated and comfortable. Long John Silver sat with his eyes closed, his weathered hands folded, his breathing deep and even. The gingerbread man settled into his own chair with a book, a quiet guardian of this sacred space, watching over them as the fire whispered to itself and the night deepened toward its quietest hours. And in that warm, safe place, on that Halloween evening, 5 travellers from different worlds and different stories found what they'd all been seeking: shelter from their storms, comfort for their pain, and the simple, profound gift of belonging, if only for one perfect night. Outside, the carved pumpkins still glowed, their friendly faces watching over the street. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean and new. But inside the rainy day, Gingerbread Man Bakery, time seemed suspended, held in amber, preserved in warmth and spice and kindness. And as they drifted towards sleep, each one of them held safe by walls and warmth and welcome, they knew they would carry this night with them always. This unexpected haven, these unlikely friends, this perfect moment of peace on a Halloween evening when the rain brought them all home. A cozy rainy day Phoenix Bakery, a Halloween evening sleepy story. The rain began just after twilight on Halloween evening, soft at first, a gentle pattering against cobblestones and window panes, then growing steadier, more insistent, until the whole neighbourhood seemed wrapped in a curtain of silver sound, the kind of rain that made you grateful for shelter, for warmth, for the simple blessing of walls and a roof, and somewhere safe to wait out the storm. On the corner of Maple and 7th Street, where the old lampposts cast pools of amber light that shimmered in the puddles below, stood the Phoenix Bakery. Its windows glowed with a particular warmth tonight, a honeyed radiance that seemed to pulse gently like a heartbeat, like an invitation. Inside those windows, shapes moved in the golden haze. The baker, always working, always tending the ovens that never quite went cold. The sign above the door swayed slightly in the wind, its painted phoenix rising eternal from flames that seemed almost real in the flickering light. Someone walking past might have sworn they saw the bird's wings move, just for a moment, before the rain blurred their vision and they hurried on. But those who were meant to find the bakery always did, especially on nights like this, when the storm pressed close and the world felt both vast and impossibly small. Inside, the bakery was everything the outside world was not. Where the storm was cold, the bakery was warm. Where the wind howled, here there was only the soft murmur of the rain against glass, transformed into music by the intervening comfort of walls and warmth. The floorboards were old, polished oak that creaked gently underfoot, and the air held layers of scents so rich and comforting they seemed almost visible. Cinnamon and clove, brown sugar caramelizing, butter melting into flour, chocolate warming to just the right consistency for drizzling over pastries shaped like rising phoenixes. Tonight, for Halloween, the baker had outdone themselves. The glass cases along the far wall displayed an array of treats that caught the firelight and seemed to glow with their own internal warmth. Phoenix cookies with wings spread wide, decorated with sunset-coloured icing that shifted from gold to orange to deep crimson. Small cakes shaped like birds rising from nests of spun sugar and candied flames. Tarts filled with spiced pumpkin and crowned with pastry feathers so delicate they looked ready to take flight. And in the largest case, a magnificent centerpiece, a phoenix made entirely of bread and pastry, its wings spread 3 feet across, glazed with honey that caught the light like amber, studded with dried cranberries for eyes that seemed to watch the door with patient wisdom. The fireplace along the north wall crackled softly, its flames dancing in shades of orange and gold. Before it stood 3 armchairs upholstered in deep burgundy velvet, slightly worn in that way that makes furniture look loved rather than tired. A sofa faced the fire as well, long enough for someone to stretch out completely, with cushions that seemed to remember every person who had ever rested there and adjusted themselves accordingly. Side tables held unlit candles in brass holders, waiting for the moment they might be needed. The baker moved behind the counter with the quiet efficiency of someone who had performed these same motions 10,000 times and would perform them 10,000 more. Their face was always slightly obscured by steam rising from the ovens, by the angle of the light, by the simple fact that customers somehow never quite looked directly at them. They wore an apron the colour of wheat at harvest time, dusted with flour that might have been there for hours or might have just arrived. Their hands, when visible, were strong and gentle all at once. The hands of someone who understood that making bread was a form of magic more ancient than any spell. The door's bell chimed, not the harsh jangle of some shop bells, but a sound like a single drop of water falling into a still pool. The baker looked up, unsurprised, as the first visitor of the evening stepped inside. Phileas Fogg entered with the careful precision that characterized all his movements, closing the door behind him with exactly the right amount of force, not so hard as to slam, and not so soft as to let the wind catch it. His travelling coat was dark with rain, and droplets fell from the brim of his hat to the mat by the door, where he stood for a moment, taking in the bakery with the same methodical observation he had once applied to railway stations in Bombay and steamship schedules in Hong Kong. "Good evening," he said, his voice carrying the clipped, formal tones of a man who had circled the globe but never quite left Victorian London behind. "I appear to have been caught by the weather. Your establishment was the first I encountered that appeared suitable." The baker smiled, or perhaps they had been smiling all along, and gestured toward the cases. "Please," they said, their voice like warm honey poured slowly. "Look around, take your time, the rain isn't going anywhere soon." Fogg removed his hat and coat, hanging them on the brass hooks by the door with movements that suggested he had measured the exact distance required. He approached the display cases slowly, hands clasped behind his back, studying the phoenix-shaped treats with the same intensity he had once devoted to calculating time zones and connection schedules. Remarkable craftsmanship, he observed. The attention to detail is notable. I have dined in establishments from London to Yokohama, and I must confess I have rarely seen pastry work of this caliber. Thank you, the baker said. Would you like to try something? Perhaps the Phoenix Rising scone. It's made with cream and studded with bits of candied ginger. Good for warming the spirit on a cold night. Or there's the ember cake, spiced with cinnamon and cardamom, topped with a glaze that tastes faintly of honey and fire. Fogg considered this with the gravity of a man choosing a railway route. The scone, I think, and tea, if you have it. Earl Grey, if possible, though I have learned on my travels that one must be flexible in one's expectations. I have it, the baker assured him, already moving toward the back where a kettle sang its quiet song. Please, sit by the fire. You'll find the chairs quite comfortable. Fogg carried his plate and cup to the nearest armchair, settling into it with the slight surprise of a man who expected discomfort from the world and rarely received kindness instead. The scone was still warm, its surface golden and flaky, catching the firelight. He took a bite with proper British reserve, then paused, taking a second bite with something approaching enthusiasm. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the windows in rhythms that rose and fell like breathing. The fire crackled. Steam rose from Fogg's tea in delicate spirals. He ate slowly, methodically, but with obvious pleasure, and gradually the tight set of his shoulders began to ease. The bell chimed again. This time, the figure that entered was larger, more weather-beaten, moving with the rolling gait of someone more accustomed to the pitch and heave of a ship's deck than solid ground. Long John Silver ducked through the doorway, his crutch thudding against the floorboards with a solid, reliable sound. Rain ran from his long coat in streams, and his weathered face split into a grin that showed several gold teeth catching the firelight. Now here's a sight for sore eyes, he rumbled, his voice carrying the texture of salt spray and rope burns and years of shouting orders over howling winds. Been walking these streets near an hour I have, looking for a place to get out of this devil's weather, and here I find the very thing. Cozy as a captain's cabin, ain't it? Warmer too, and smelling a sight better than most ships I've served on. Welcome, the baker said, appearing with a towel that they handed over without comment. Silver took it gratefully, scrubbing at his face and beard before hanging his dripping coat next to Fogg's more modest rainwear. His parrot Jim, which had been sheltering beneath the coat, shook its feathers with an indignant squawk. Hold fast, Jim, Silver chuckled. We're in port now, proper port, with proper provisions by the look of things. He stumped over to the display case, his wooden leg tapping out a rhythm against the floorboards. Bless me, would you look at that? Phoenixes, is it? The birds that can't be killed, rising up from their own ashes time and again. There's a lesson in that, there is. I've been knocked down more times than I can count, and here I am, still standing. Well, standing with help at any rate. He tapped his crutch against his wooden leg with a sound like a carpenter's knock. "What would suit you tonight?" the baker asked. Silver stroked his beard, considering. "That big bird there in the centre, the one made all of bread and such, that's a work of art, that is. But I'm thinking something I can hold in one hand while I sit by that fine fire you've got burning." "What's that there? Those little birds with the spicy smell?" "Phoenix spice cookies," the baker explained. "Ginger, cloves, a touch of black pepper for warmth. They're small enough to eat in a few bites, but they'll warm you straight through. And perhaps some hot cider. I have a batch mulling with cinnamon sticks and orange peel." "Now you're talking sense," Silver approved. "Hot cider and spice cookies? Sounds like the kind of provisions a man needs after battling weather like this." The baker prepared a generous plate and a large mug of cider that steamed fragrant. Silver carried both to the sofa, settling into it with a sigh of profound contentment that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. Fogg, in his armchair, nodded politely. "Gentlemen," Silver acknowledged, raising his mug in salute before taking a long drink. "Ah, that's the stuff. Puts fire in your belly without the trouble of actually swallowing fire." He bit into a cookie and closed his eyes. "That's fine baking, that is. Fine as any I've tasted. And I've tasted food from the Caribbean to the Pacific Islands." "You've travelled extensively?" Fogg inquired, his tone suggesting polite interest rather than deep curiosity. "That I have," Silver confirmed. "Treasure hunting mostly, though that's a young man's game, and I ain't as young as I once was. These days I'm more inclined to seek treasure of the edible variety, and this here—" He held up another cookie. "This here's as good as any gold doubloon, at least for warming a man's spirits on a night like this." They sat in companionable silence for a while, listening to the rain. The fire popped and settled. The baker moved quietly behind the counter, preparing something that filled the air with the scent of melting chocolate and orange zest. The storm outside seemed to wrap around the bakery like a blanket, making the interior feel even more protected, even safer. The bell chimed a third time. The woman who entered moved quickly, closing the door behind her with decisive efficiency. She was dressed practically for the weather. A long coat buttoned to the throat, gloves, a scarf wrapped around her auburn hair. But there was something in her eyes, something watchful and careful, that suggested she was accustomed to guarding against dangers more serious than rain. Mina Harker paused just inside the door, her gaze sweeping the bakery with the thoroughness of someone who had learned to assess rooms for exits and shadows. Only when she had completed this survey did her shoulders relax slightly. "Forgive me," she said. her voice cultured, intelligent, carrying a trace of weariness. I don't mean to bring bad weather in with me. This storm caught me rather by surprise. No apology necessary, the baker assured her. Please come in properly. Let me take your coat. Mina unwrapped her scarf and removed her gloves with neat, precise movements, then handed over her coat. Underneath, she wore a simple dress the colour of midnight blue, practical but elegant. She noticed the other patrons and offered them a small smile. "Good evening, gentlemen." "Ma'am," Silver rumbled, attempting to rise before Mina waved him back down. "Please don't trouble yourself. I'm simply grateful to have found shelter." She turned to the baker. "This is the Phoenix Bakery, isn't it? I've heard it mentioned, though I've never been inside before. The Phoenix, a creature of resurrection and renewal. Rather appropriate for All Hallows Eve, isn't it? The night when we remember that endings are not always final." "Would you like something to eat?" the baker asked gently, as though sensing that Mina needed simple, grounding questions rather than philosophical discussions. "Something warm, perhaps? The resurrection rolls are popular tonight. They're filled with spiced apple and topped with a honey glaze that catches the light just so." Mina's smile was more genuine this time. "That sounds lovely. And tea, please. Something soothing. Chamomile, if you have it." "I have it," the baker confirmed. Mina carried her plate and cup to the armchair nearest the fire across from Fogg, who had been observing her with the same careful attention he had devoted to the bakery's architecture. She ate slowly, deliberately, as though reminding herself that eating was a pleasure, not merely a necessity. The roll was perfect, the pastry light and flaky, the apples tender and sweet with just a hint of cinnamon, the honey glaze adding richness without overwhelming the delicate flavours. "This is excellent," she said after a moment. "Truly excellent. I had forgotten how comforting good food can be. I've been travelling, dealing with rather difficult matters. Sometimes one forgets to simply sit and enjoy a properly made pastry." "Difficult matters?" Silver asked, his tone sympathetic. We've all had our share of those, I reckon. The world's full of storms, both the kind that rain on you and the kind that rain inside your head, if you take my meaning." "I do," Mina said quietly. "Very much so." They fell into conversation then, the three of them, though it was the gentle, meandering kind of conversation that happens between strangers who have found unexpected shelter together. Remarks about the weather, observations about the bakery's warmth, small stories that required no heavy emotional investment. Fogg mentioned his travels in general terms, carefully avoiding any mention of his famous wager. Silver told a humorous story about a parrot he'd once known who could recite Shakespeare. Mina spoke briefly of her love of literature and the comfort of libraries. The baker worked steadily, pulling fresh items from the ovens, arranging them in the cases, occasionally refilling cups or bringing out small additional treats on house plates, just to try, no charge, that appeared at each patron's elbow as if by magic. The rain continued its steady percussion against the windows, The fire burned low and warm. The world outside became increasingly distant, increasingly irrelevant. The bell chimed again, and this time the figure that entered was young and burst with barely contained energy despite the rain that had plastered her red hair against her cheeks. Anne Shirley practically danced inside, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the glowing cases, the crackling fire, the cosy arrangement of furniture. "Oh!" she exclaimed, her hands clasped together as though in prayer. "Oh, this is exactly like something from a storybook, the very epitome of coziness. I've been walking and walking, looking for some place to shelter from the rain, and I was just thinking how dreadfully wet and cold I was getting, and how if I were in a novel this would be the moment when I'd stumble upon a magical place. And here I am, and it's real. It's perfectly, wonderfully, romantically real." The baker smiled broadly at this enthusiasm. "Welcome. Please come warm yourself by the fire." "A fire?" Anne sighed happily, removing her dripping coat and hanging it on the hooks. "And baked goods, phoenix-shaped baked goods, unless my eyes deceive me, which they very well might, because they're rather blurry from the rain. But I think, yes, they are phoenixes. How absolutely perfect for Halloween! The phoenix, the creature that conquers death itself, rising renewed from ashes. It's deeply symbolic, don't you think? Everything should be symbolic. Life is so much richer when things mean more than just themselves." She approached the cases with the reverence of someone entering a cathedral, her face illuminated by the warm glow from within. "I can't decide. They're all so beautiful. That one looks like it's about to take flight, and that one seems to be sleeping in a nest of sugar, and oh, what are those tall ones?" "Phoenix feather eclairs," the baker explained, "filled with vanilla cream and topped with caramelized sugar that's been shaped to look like feathers. They're quite popular." "I'll have one of those," Anne decided. "And also, would it be terribly greedy to also have one of those small cakes? The ones with the orange icing? I've had the most dreadfully long day, and I think I've earned a bit of extra sweetness." "Not greedy at all," the baker assured her. "And a drink? Hot chocolate, please, with cream if possible. I know some people think hot chocolate is childish, but I think those people have forgotten how to properly appreciate life's simple pleasures." Armed with her treats and an impressively large mug of chocolate topped with a generous swirl of cream, Anne settled herself on the sofa next to Long John Silver, who chuckled at her enthusiasm. "You're a lively one, aren't you, miss?" he observed. "Anne Shirley," she introduced herself cheerfully, "originally of Prince Edward Island, though currently residing in a small town called Avonlea where I'm training to be a teacher. And you needn't worry about my liveliness being a bother. I know I talk too much. Everyone says so. But on a night like this, in a place like this, I think a bit of talk's appropriate, don't you? After all, we're all travellers who've found shelter together, like characters in a story meeting at an inn, and surely we should share our tales." "I don't mind talk," Silver said, "especially from someone with as pleasant a voice as yours, if you don't mind me saying so." I don't mind at all. Anne took a bite of her eclair and her eyes widened. Oh, that's the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. It's like eating a cloud that's been flavoured with vanilla and happiness. She turned to the baker, who was arranging something on a tray. You must be a magician, or perhaps a fairy godmother, or some other magical being who's decided to disguise themselves as a baker. Just a baker, they replied, but their eyes crinkled with amusement. Anne ate with obvious pleasure, pausing between bites to exclaim over the taste, to comment on the cosy atmosphere, to ask the others about their travels. She had a gift for drawing people out, for making even reserved individuals like Fogg feel comfortable sharing small details about their lives. Her enthusiasm was infectious but not overwhelming. It felt genuine, like she truly was delighted by everything she encountered. I think, she announced after finishing her eclair and starting on the small cake, that this is the most perfect Halloween evening I've ever experienced. When I was younger, I used to imagine places like this, somewhere warm and safe and full of good smells and kind people. I used to think I was too fanciful, that real life could never match my imagination. But here we are, and it's even better than I imagined because it's real. Mina smiled at her. You have a gift for appreciating the present moment, Miss Shirley. That's rarer than you might think. Mrs. Harker is quite right, Fogg added. In my travels, I've observed that most people are so focused on reaching their destination that they forget to notice the journey itself. The conversation flowed easily after that, each person contributing observations and small stories, the kind of companionable sharing that happens between travellers who know they'll likely never meet again but are determined to make this moment count. The baker moved among them periodically, refilling cups, bringing small samples of different treats, adding wood to the fire when it burned low. The bell chimed once more, and the final visitor of the evening entered, a small girl with long braided hair, rosy cheeks from the cold, and eyes that held the clear, pure wisdom that sometimes comes from growing up in mountains and meadows rather than cities. Heidi stamped her feet on the mat, trying to shake off the rain, her practical alpine clothing soaked through despite the heavy shawl she wore. Oh, she said in accented English, looking round with wonder. This is like grandfather's house, only even warmer, and it smells like when Peter's grandmother makes her special Christmas bread. The baker came round the counter immediately. You're soaked through, little one. Come, sit by the fire. Let me bring you something warm. Heidi obeyed, settling into the remaining armchair and holding her small hands toward the flames. The others made room, adjusting themselves so she could see the fire properly. Anne immediately began fussing over her. You poor dear, you're absolutely drenched. Here, sit closer to the fire. That's it. You'll be warm in no time. Thank you, Heidi said politely. I was visiting the city with my friend Clara and her grandmother, but then the storm came and I got separated when I was looking at shops. I've been trying to find my way back to their house, but all the streets look the same in the rain. And then I saw this light. Well, you've found safe harbor now, Silver assured her. And you picked the right place for it too. This here's as cozy as any place I've ever seen, and I've seen plenty. The baker returned with a tray laden with treats clearly selected for a child. A cup of warm milk with honey, cookies shaped like stars and moons in addition to the phoenixes, and a slice of cake with bright orange frosting decorated with a smiling phoenix face. For you, the baker said gently. Please, eat. You'll feel better with something warm inside you. Heidi's face lit up. This is like a fairy tale, like the stories grandfather reads to me about children who get lost in storms and find magical places. She bit into a star cookie and sighed with contentment. This tastes like home, like happiness. How did you make it taste like that? That's the magic of good baking, Anne said dreamily. It's not just flour and butter and sugar. It's love and care and the intention to make people happy. That's a rather poetic way of putting it, Fogg observed, but his tone was gentle, not mocking, though perhaps not inaccurate. They sat together then, the unlikely gathering of travellers, the precise gentleman who had circled the globe, the weathered sailor who had sought treasure across 7 seas, the brave woman who had faced darkness and survived, the passionate young dreamer training to teach children, and the small girl from the mountains who understood the language of kindness. The baker moved among them like a benevolent spirit, ensuring everyone had exactly what they needed. Outside, the storm began to ease. The rain softened from a downpour to a steady patter, then to a gentle mist. The wind stopped howling and began merely whispering. But inside the bakery, no one seemed to notice or care. They were too comfortable, too content in this moment of perfect shelter. Heidi finished her milk and cookies, then curled up in her chair like a cat, her eyes drifting closed. Anne covered her with a soft blanket that appeared from somewhere, tucking it around the child's shoulders with maternal care. She'll be all right, the baker murmured. Her people will find her when the storm passes. For now, let her rest. Mina gazed into the fire, her teacup cradled in both hands, her expression peaceful in a way it hadn't been when she first arrived. This place, she said softly, feels like a respite from the world, a pause in the narrative. For once, I'm not thinking about what comes next, what dangers might be waiting. I'm simply here. That's the best kind of being, Silver said. Just being, without all the worry and planning and figuring. I spent too many years chasing after things I thought I needed. Now I know that moments like this, warm, fed, with good company, these are the real treasures. Indeed, Fogg agreed. He had loosened his collar at some point, and his usual rigid posture had softened into something approaching relaxation. I once believed that precision and schedule were paramount, that every moment must be accounted for and used efficiently. But efficiency has no warmth. Precision creates no comfort. Perhaps there is something to be said for simply allowing time to pass without measuring it. Anne, who had been quietly observing everyone, smiled. You're all poets, and you don't even know it. Every one of you has learned something important about what matters in life. And we've all found ourselves here, together, in this perfect little bakery on Halloween night, surrounded by phoenix treats that remind us that we can always begin again, always rise up renewed. She paused, then laughed softly. I'm being dreadfully symbolic again, aren't I? No, Mina said warmly. You're being exactly right. The baker emerged from the kitchen carrying a large tray, and on it was the centerpiece phoenix, the magnificent bread sculpture that had been the crown jewel of the display case. They placed it on the low table between the chairs and sofa. For all of you, the baker said simply, to share. It seems appropriate for tonight, All Hallows Eve, when the veil between worlds is thin and strangers can become friends over broken bread. The phoenix was even more impressive up close. Its wings stretched wide, each feather carefully scored into the golden bread. Its eyes, the dried cranberries, seemed to hold real intelligence, real compassion. The honey glaze caught the firelight and made the whole thing appear to glow from within. It's too beautiful to eat, Anne breathed. It was made to be eaten, the baker replied. Beauty should be experienced, not merely observed. Please. Silver was the first to reach out, breaking off a piece of wing with his weathered hands. He handed it to Heidi first, who had woken at the commotion. She accepted it with sleepy gratitude, nibbling at it with small, delicate bites. They passed pieces around, each person breaking off portions of the phoenix and sharing them with the others. The bread was perfect, slightly sweet, rich with butter and honey, with a texture that was somehow both light and satisfying. It tasted like comfort made edible. It tasted like safety, like belonging, like the feeling of coming home after a long journey. As they ate, they talked less and less, simply existing together in companionable silence. The fire burned low and steady. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving only the occasional drip from the eaves and the gentle sound of water running in the gutters outside. The storm had passed. Fogg leaned back in his chair, his eyes half closed, a small smile playing at the corners of his usually stern mouth. Silver stretched his leg out toward the fire. Jim the parrot tucked safely in his coat, both of them emanating contentment. Mina had pulled a book from her bag, where it had come from no one knew, and was reading by the firelight, though her eyes moved slowly across the page, as though she was less interested in the story than in the simple act of reading somewhere safe. Anne had found paper and pencil somehow, and was sketching the scene, trying to capture this moment so she could remember it always. Heidi slept deeply, truly peacefully, her small face relaxed and smiling slightly. The baker moved quietly, collecting empty plates and cups, wiping down the counter, preparing for the next day. But they did it without urgency, without any sense that the guests should leave. This was their space, and it would remain open as long as anyone needed it. Time passed. An hour, perhaps more, perhaps less. In the bakery, time felt different, less rigid, more like something that could be shaped to fit the needs of those present, rather than something that shaped them. Eventually, as the fire burned to embers and the night deepened toward its darkest hour before dawn, there came the sound of voices outside. A woman's voice, calling a name. Heidi stirred, then sat up. "That's Clara's grandmother," she said, suddenly fully awake. She scrambled out of her chair and ran to the window, waving. "I'm here! I'm here!" The baker opened the door, and a moment later an elderly woman entered, elegant despite the late hour, relief flooding her face when she saw Heidi safe and sound. "Yeah, thank God," she breathed. "We've been searching everywhere. When you didn't return..." She turned to the baker, then to the others. "Thank you. Thank you for keeping her safe." "She was no trouble," the baker assured her. "She was excellent company." Heidi hugged each of the other guests goodbye, even Silver, who looked surprised but pleased by the gesture. "Thank you for sharing your stories," she said solemnly. "And for the phoenix bread. I'll remember this always." "As will we, little one," Mina said softly. "As will we." When Heidi and her guardian had left, the remaining guests seemed to come to a collective, unspoken agreement that it was time to return to their own lives, their own stories. But they did it slowly, reluctantly. The way one leaves a dream they know they'll never quite recapture. Silver stood first, collecting his coat and crutch. "This has been... well, I don't rightly have words for what this has been, but I'm grateful. Grateful for the shelter, the food, the company. Grateful for this whole strange, wonderful evening. Take some phoenix cookies for your journey," the baker insisted, pressing a paper bag into his hands. "For tomorrow, when you need reminding that tonight was real." Anne gathered her things next, wrapping her scarf around her neck with this same energy she had brought with her, though now it was tempered with a deep, satisfied tiredness. "I'm going to write about this," she declared. "Maybe not exactly as it happened, but the feeling of it, the magic of it. Everyone should know that places like this exist. Maybe they only exist when people need them to," Mina suggested, standing and smoothing her skirts. "Maybe that's the real magic." Fogg was last, collecting his hat and coat with his usual precision, but when he turned to the baker, his expression was softer than it had been at any point during his famous journey around the world. "I have dined in the finest establishments on 5 continents," he said formally, "but I have never felt more welcomed, more at peace than I did here tonight. Thank you." The baker simply nodded, smiling that mysterious smile. One by one they departed, stepping out into a night that had been washed clean by the storm. The air smelled of rain and wet earth, and the promise of morning still hours away. The streets glistened under the lamplights. Each traveller turned back once to look at the bakery, its windows still glowing warmly, the painted phoenix above the door seeming to wink in the lamplight. Inside, the baker cleaned the last few dishes, swept the floor, and banked the fire so it would burn through until morning. They paused to look at the remains of the phoenix bread, now just crumbs on the serving platter, and smiled. Tomorrow there would be more storms, more travellers, more people in need of shelter and comfort. Tomorrow there would be fresh batches of Phoenix treats, new combinations of spice and sweetness, other stories to hear and remember. But tonight, this Halloween night, had been particularly special. The baker could feel it in the lingering warmth that filled the space, in the way the shadows seemed friendly rather than ominous, in the echo of laughter and conversation that would remain in these walls long after the last guest had departed. The baker turned off the lights one by one until only the dying fire remained, casting a soft glow across the empty chairs and the quiet spaces where, just moments before, strangers had become something very much like friends. Outside, the city slept. The storm had passed, and the Phoenix Bakery waited, patient and eternal, ready to rise again with the dawn.
A cozy rainy day Cinderella bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The rain began just after sunset, soft at first, then building into a steady drumming rhythm that played across the rooftops of the little neighborhood where the rainy day Cinderella bakery stood. The bakery occupied a corner building with tall windows that glowed amber and gold in the gathering darkness, lights spilling out onto the wet cobblestones like pools of honey. Above the door, a painted wooden sign swayed gently in the wind, showing a delicate glass slipper surrounded by autumn leaves and sheaves of wheat, a perfect blend of fairy tale and harvest season. Inside, the bakery was everything a storm-weary traveler could hope for. The walls were painted a soft cream color, and dark wooden beams crossed the ceiling, giving the space a cottage-like feeling of age and permanence. Along one wall, built-in shelves displayed mismatched teacups, pottery jugs filled with dried lavender, and old leather-bound books with cracked spines. A large stone fireplace dominated the far wall, where a fire crackled and popped, sending shadows dancing across the worn brick floor. The scent in the air was intoxicating cinnamon and nutmeg, browning butter and caramelized sugar, the yeasty warmth of fresh bread, and something deeper, richer, like maple syrup reduced to its essence. Small round tables were scattered throughout the room, each covered with cloth in autumn colors, burgundy, deep gold, forest green, and topped with stubby beeswax candles that flickered in glass holders. High-backed wooden chairs with embroidered cushions surrounded each table, looking so comfortable and inviting that one could imagine sinking into them and never wanting to rise. In the back of the bakery, behind a long wooden counter with a glass display case, the kitchen could be glimpsed through an open doorway, where the warm glow of the ovens and the faint clatter of baking suggested someone was hard at work, though the baker remained mysteriously out of sight. As always, the display case itself was a wonder. On this Thanksgiving evening, it was filled with creations that seemed to exist at the intersection of fairy tale and harvest celebration. There were tiny pumpkin tarts shaped like carriages, their crusts golden and flaky, topped with swirls of spiced cream. Glass slipper cookies made from the clearest sugar glass caught and reflected the candlelight, filled with cranberry compote that glowed like rubies. Loaves of herb-studded bread sat beside dishes of honey, butter, and individual apple crisps baked in small copper pots sent up curls of cinnamon-scented steam. A tall layer cake decorated with gold leaf and candied autumn leaves held pride of place, each layer visible through the glass pumpkin, spiced apple, maple cream. The rain intensified, and the first visitor pushed open the bakery door with a soft chime of bells. Alice stepped inside, shaking droplets from her hair and the shoulders of her blue dress. She was older now than when she'd first tumbled down that rabbit hole, perhaps 15 or 16, but she still had that same curious expression, those thoughtful eyes that seemed to be constantly measuring and wondering about the world around her. She carried a battered leather satchel over one shoulder, stuffed with what appeared to be notebooks and pencils. "Oh," she breathed, standing just inside the doorway as warmth enveloped her. "Oh, this is exactly right." She moved slowly toward the counter, her shoes squeaking slightly on the brick floor, leaving small wet footprints behind her. The display case drew her like a magnet, and she pressed close to the glass, examining each creation with the careful attention she'd once given to bottles labeled "Drink Me." "Good evening," came a gentle voice from the kitchen doorway, not quite visible but warm and welcoming. "You're just in time. I've been baking all afternoon." "Everything looks wonderful," Alice said, her breath fogging the glass slightly. "But so unusual. Are those carriages made of pumpkin tart? And those cookies, they look like glass slippers." "Thanksgiving and fairy tales together," the voice confirmed. "What would comfort you most on such a rainy evening?" Alice considered seriously, as she considered everything. "Something warm, I think, and something to read with." She glanced at the books on the shelves, and perhaps... "Yes, I think that pumpkin carriage tart, if I may. It's quite the cleverest thing I've seen in some time." Minutes later, Alice was settled at a table near the fire with her tart, a pot of black currant tea, and a book she'd selected from the shelf, a volume of poetry that fell open as if it had been read many times before. The tart was perfect, the pastry shell buttery and light, the pumpkin filling smooth and spiced with just enough sweetness, topped with a small swirl of cream that had been dusted with cinnamon. Alice ate slowly, occasionally pausing to write something in one of her notebooks, or to gaze into the fire, or to listen to the rain against the windows. There was no hurry here. Time moved differently in the rainy day Cinderella bakery, stretching out soft and slow like taffy pulled on a winter day. She had just finished her tart and was deeply absorbed in her book when the door chimed again. Jo March burst in with characteristic energy, though even she seemed subdued by the peaceful atmosphere of the bakery. Her dark hair was wind-blown and rain-spotted, her old coat thoroughly soaked. She carried a portfolio under one arm, protecting it fiercely from the weather. "What a storm," she announced, then immediately lowered her voice, sensing the quiet of the space. "I've been walking for hours trying to work out the ending to my story, and then the rain caught me." She noticed Alice and grinned. "Hello there, isn't this place something?" Alice looked up and smiled. "It's the most sensible place I've been in quite some time. Everything is exactly the size it should be, and the tea doesn't make you grow or shrink at all. Joe laughed and approached the counter, peering into the display case with an appraising eye. Now that's what I call inspiration. Look at those little carriage tarts. And bread that smells like someone's kitchen when you're a child and everything is safe and good. She pressed a hand to the glass. I'll have some of that bread, please, with butter, and whatever you think goes best with it on a night like this. The mysterious baker provided a thick slice of the rosemary and thyme-studded bread, toasted until the edges crisped and the center stayed soft, spread generously with honey butter that had been whipped until it was light as clouds. Alongside it came a bowl of butternut squash soup, creamy and rich, garnished with toasted pumpkin seeds and a drizzle of brown butter. A cup of spiced apple cider, steaming and fragrant, completed the meal. Jo carried her tray to a table near Alice's, nodding in greeting before settling in with her food and her portfolio. For a while there was only the sound of the rain, the fire, and the occasional rustle of pages or scratch of a pen as Jo made notes on her manuscript between bites. The bread was everything she'd hoped, warm and substantial, the herbs providing little bursts of flavor, the honey butter melting into all the bread's pores until each bite was pure comfort. The soup tasted like autumn itself, rich and grounding, and the cider filled her from the inside out with warmth. "This is perfect," Jo said aloud, to no one in particular, or perhaps to everyone. "This is what Thanksgiving should feel like." Alice looked up from her book and nodded. "I think Thanksgiving is rather like this bakery, a place where you're welcomed in from the cold and given exactly what you need, and where everything smells like cinnamon," Jo added with a grin. They shared a companionable silence, and the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows. The door chimed a third time, and Anne Shirley stepped inside, her red hair darkened by rain, her cheeks flushed from the cold. She stood for a moment in the doorway, simply looking around with an expression of pure wonder that made her seem to glow from within. "Oh," she said, and her voice was hushed with reverence. "Oh, I've imagined a place exactly like this. I've dreamed of it on cold nights at Green Gables, but I never thought it would be real. Look at the light. It's like being inside an amber jewel. And that fireplace could be from a medieval castle, and these tables could seat travelers from 100 different stories." And she broke off, laughing at herself. "I'm doing it again, aren't I, running on with my imaginings?" "Don't stop on our account," Jo called out cheerfully. "I like the way you see things." Anne smiled and approached the counter, her eyes roving over the displayed treats with the intensity of someone who wanted to memorize every detail. "I've been visiting friends for Thanksgiving," she explained to the invisible baker, "and I was walking home when the rain started. I thought I might have to take shelter under a tree, but then I saw your lights, and they were so welcoming I couldn't resist." "You have an excellent instinct for finding the right place," came the gentle voice from the kitchen. "What calls to you this evening?" Anne studied the display case with the seriousness she brought to all of life's important decisions, The glass slipper cookies are like something from a dream, and that layer cake, it's a poem in frosting. But I think, she tilted her head, I think what I want most is one of those individual apple crisps and some tea. Something I can eat slowly while I sit by the fire and feel absolutely content with the world. The apple crisp arrived in its small copper pot, the top golden and crispy with oats and brown sugar and butter, the apples beneath bubbling gently, softened to perfect tenderness, and scented with cinnamon and a hint of vanilla. A small pitcher of thick cream came alongside it, and a pot of chamomile tea with honey. Anne carried everything to a table with a clear view of both the fire and the rain-streaked windows, and she settled in with a sigh of pure satisfaction. The first bite of the crisp was transcendent, the contrast between the crunchy, sweet topping and the soft, warm apples, the way the cream melted into everything and made it even richer. Anne ate slowly, pausing between bites to sip her tea and gaze at the fire, occasionally glancing at Alice and Jo with a smile that invited companionship without demanding conversation. "This is what I'll remember," Anne said softly, "when I'm old. Nights like this, in places like this, when the world feels exactly right." Jo raised her cider cup in agreement. "To perfect moments." Alice lifted her teacup as well, "to finding the right size door when you need it." Anne laughed and raised her teacup in turn. "To kindred spirits and kind bakers." They drank in unison, and the fire crackled its approval. The fourth arrival was unexpected, yet somehow perfectly appropriate. The door opened, and a small figure hopped inside the velveteen rabbit, no longer a worn toy but a real rabbit, with soft brown fur and bright, intelligent eyes. He shook the rain from his ears and looked around the bakery with the wonder of someone still getting used to being real, to moving freely through the world, to being seen and acknowledged. "Oh," Anne was the first to speak, her hand over her heart. "Oh, you're beautiful." The rabbit ducked his head, still shy despite his transformation. "Thank you," he said quietly. His voice was gentle, a little uncertain. "I've been wandering for some time, learning about the world. The rain caught me, and I saw your light, I hope. I hope it's all right that I came in?" "Of course it is," Jo said firmly. "Everyone's welcome here. That seems to be the whole point of this place." The rabbit hopped slowly to the counter, standing on his hind legs to peer into the display case. "I've never been to a bakery before," he confessed. "When I was a toy, I only watched the boy eat. I wondered what things tasted like." "Then you must try everything," came the warm voice from the kitchen. "What draws your eye?" The rabbit looked at all the offerings, overwhelmed by choice. Finally he said, "That carrot cake I can see on the back shelf. It seems appropriate, and perhaps some warm milk." What arrived was a slice of carrot cake so moist and perfectly spiced it seemed impossible layers of tender cake studded with carrots and walnuts, frosted with cream cheese icing that had been flavored with a hint of orange. It was cut into a small portion, perfect for a rabbit, and served on a delicate plate with a tiny fork. The warm milk came in a small bowl, sweet with honey and vanilla. Alice, Joe, and Anne watched with delight as the rabbit tasted his first real food. His eyes widened, his ears perked forward, and he made a small sound of pure happiness. "It's wonderful," he whispered. "Everything tastes like being loved feels." "That's the best description of good food I've ever heard," Joe said, her voice surprisingly thick with emotion. The rabbit brought his plate and bowl to the table nearest the fire, where the warmth could reach him, and the three young women instinctively adjusted their chairs to include him in their circle. As he ate, he told them about his journey, about being real, about learning to run and hop and dig, about the world being so much bigger and more complicated than the nursery had been, but also more full of wonder. "I think you're very brave," Anne said seriously. "Starting over is one of the hardest things there is. But look where it brings you," Alice added, "to rainy bakeries with carrot cake and new friends." The rabbit's eyes shone. He ate slowly, savoring every bite, and when he finished, he settled into a cushion near the fire, warm and content and very, very real. The door chimed again, and Heidi entered, rosy-cheeked and bright-eyed despite the rain. She wore a simple dress and sturdy shoes, and she carried with her an energy of mountains and fresh air, even soaked as she was from the storm. She smiled at everyone immediately, the kind of open, genuine smile that invited instant friendship. "Grüezi," she called out cheerfully, then switched to English. "Good evening. What a wonderful place to find on such a night. It reminds me of grandfather's hut when the snow falls and we're warm inside with cheese and bread." She approached the counter with confident familiarity, as if all bakeries were natural friends. "I've been traveling to visit Clara in the city," she explained, "and my train doesn't leave until tomorrow morning. The storm came up so suddenly, but this is much better than waiting at the station." "Much better indeed," the baker's voice agreed. "What would you like from the mountains, or from Thanksgiving, or from both?" Heidi laughed with pleasure at the question. "Do you have anything with cheese? Good mountain cheese, brown and melted, and bread, and perhaps something sweet after, because it's a holiday." The baker provided a personal fondue pot set over a small burner, filled with a mixture of melted Gruyere and Emmentaler, white wine, and a hint of garlic, accompanied by cubes of crusty bread for dipping. Alongside came a small salad of mixed greens with walnuts and apple slices. For dessert, a promise of hot chocolate and a piece of the Thanksgiving layer cake when she was ready. Heidi chose a table and invited the others to join her. "There's plenty to share," she insisted. "Fondue is always better with friends." They gathered around her table, even the rabbit hopping closer, and Heidi showed them how to spear the bread and swirl it through the molten cheese, pulling up long, golden strings that had to be twisted around the fork. The bread was crusty and soft inside, and the cheese was nutty and rich, exactly the kind of substantial food that made a stormy evening feel safe and protected. They talked as they ate about mountains and rabbit holes, about writing stories and being real, about finding Green Gables and friends who understood you, about being in exactly the right place at exactly the right time. "This is what Grandfather says about Thanksgiving," Heidi told them, carefully dipping another piece of bread. "He says it's not about one day or one meal. It's about being grateful every day for warmth, for food, for friends, for being here now together." "Your grandfather sounds very wise," Alice said. "He is," Heidi said simply. "He taught me that the simplest things are often the best things, like this." She gestured around the table, at the food and the fire and the circle of faces. "This is perfect." They couldn't argue with that. After the fondue, Heidi received her hot chocolate, thick and dark, topped with a mountain of real whipped cream, and her slice of the Thanksgiving layer cake. The cake was a revelation, each layer distinct yet harmonious. Pumpkin spiced with ginger, apple laced with cinnamon, maple cream smooth as silk. The frosting between each layer was a brown buttercream that tasted like autumn itself, and the whole thing was topped with the thinnest sheets of gold leaf and delicate candied leaves that crunched delicately between the teeth. "I want to remember this forever," Heidi announced, and everyone understood exactly what she meant. The last visitor arrived just as full darkness settled outside and the storm reached its peak. The door opened and Dorothy stepped in, her dark hair in braids, her gingham dress damp at the hem. She didn't have the ruby slippers tonight, those were safely back in Oz, where they belonged, but she had the same look of quiet determination that had carried her down a yellow brick road and all the way home again. "I was visiting my Aunt Em and Uncle Henry for Thanksgiving," she explained, shaking out her shawl, "and I decided to walk home to explore the town. I used to be afraid of storms, but after tornadoes and flying monkeys, regular rain seems almost friendly." She smiled at the group gathered around the tables. "Though finding all of you here makes it friendlier still." Dorothy studied the display case with a practiced eye. She'd learned to recognize real magic when she saw it, and this bakery had it in abundance. "I think," she said slowly, "I'd like something that reminds me of home, of Kansas and Thanksgiving and Aunt Em's kitchen, but with just a little bit of magic too, because I've learned that the best parts of life have both." The baker seemed to understand perfectly. What emerged was a perfect recreation of Kansas farmhouse cooking with a fairy tale twist. A bowl of sage and herb dressing, buttery and crisp topped, rich with celery and onion, but studded with wild mushrooms that seemed to glow faintly in the candlelight. Alongside it came slices of roasted turkey breast, tender and juicy, with a cranberry sauce that sparkled like rubies. A piece of pumpkin pie followed, its filling smooth as silk, its crust flaky as only magic or very good technique could achieve, topped with whipped cream and a single candied violet. Dorothy carried her feast to the large table where everyone else had gathered, and they made room for her gladly. As she ate, she told them about Oz, about the Scarecrow's cleverness, and the Tin Man's kindness, and the Lion's courage, about Glinda and the Emerald City and how strange and wonderful it had been to return home and find that Kansas was exactly as magical as anywhere else if you knew how to look at it properly. "The thing is," Dorothy said, cutting into her pie, "there's magic everywhere. in bakeries that appear on rainy nights, in strangers who become friends over shared food, in coming in from the storm and finding warmth. There's no place like home, Anne quoted softly, but sometimes home is wherever you find people who understand you. Exactly, Dorothy said and smiled. The evening deepened, the rain continued its steady rhythm, but it no longer seemed quite as fierce, more of a lullaby now, a gentle percussion that made the warmth inside all the more precious. The fire burned lower, settling into glowing coals that pulsed with steady heat. The candles on the tables had burned down halfway, their flames smaller but somehow brighter, more concentrated. The baker still unseen but felt throughout the space like a benevolent presence began bringing out more treats, setting them on the large table without fanfare. The glass slipper cookies filled with cranberry compote, small tarts shaped like autumn leaves, filled with apple butter, tiny pumpkin carriage cakes with spun sugar wheels, hot cider, and fresh coffee, and more tea, endless tea, in all the flavors anyone could want. Please, came the voice from the kitchen, warm and generous. Share these together. Thanksgiving is for gathering, for gratitude, for recognizing the gifts we've been given. And so they did. 7 companions, Alice with her curiosity and logic, Jo with her passion and creativity, Anne with her imagination and deep feeling, the Velveteen Rabbit with his newfound reality and wonder, Heidi with her mountain wisdom and open heart, and Dorothy with her courage and recognition that magic exists everywhere, gathered around the table in the rainy day Cinderella bakery, and shared desserts and stories and long moments of companionable silence. They talked about their adventures, but gently, without urgency. Alice described Wonderland, but focused on the moments of strange beauty rather than the frightening parts. Jo read aloud a passage from her latest story, and the others listened with rapt attention. Anne recited a poem she'd written about autumn, and Heidi sang a song from the Alps, her voice clear and true. The rabbit told them what it felt like to become real, to have a heartbeat and breath, and the ability to hop through a world that was suddenly full of possibility. Dorothy spoke about gratitude, about recognizing blessings, about how the longest journey often led you right back to where you started, but changed, with new eyes to see what had always been there. Between stories, they ate. The glass slipper cookies were delicate magic, the sugar glass dissolving on the tongue like sweetened rain, the cranberry compote providing just enough tartness to balance the sweetness. The leaf tarts were buttery and rich, the apple butter inside them smooth and deeply flavored, tasting of long, slow cooking and patience. The tiny carriage cakes were almost too beautiful to eat, but they ate them anyway, finding layers of tender pumpkin cake and cream cheese frosting inside their decorative exteriors. I think, Alice said, carefully eating her third glass slipper cookie, that this is what contentment tastes like. Not happiness exactly, which is more exciting, but contentment, which is deeper and quieter. It's what safety tastes like, the rabbit added softly, being warm and fed and among friends. It's what home tastes like, Dorothy said, even when you're far from your actual house. It's what love tastes like, Anne declared, with her characteristic passion for finding the exact right words, the love that goes into making food for others, the love that welcomes strangers in from the rain, the love that says, "You belong here, just as you are." Jo nodded, scribbling something in her notebook. "That's going in my next story, the love that says you belong." Heidi simply smiled and reached across the table to squeeze Anne's hand, then Dorothy's, then Jo's, creating a chain that somehow included all of them, even those not touched directly, until they were all connected by more than just the food they'd shared. The storm outside had gentled to a soft patter, steady and soothing. Inside the bakery, the fire had been rebuilt and now crackled cheerfully, sending up occasional sparks that danced briefly before vanishing. The candles had been replaced with fresh ones, and someone, perhaps the mysterious baker, perhaps the spirit of the bakery itself, had brought out thick quilts and cushions, transforming the space into something even cozier, even more nest-like. "Stay," came the voice from the kitchen, gentle as always. "The storm will pass soon enough, but there's no need to hurry. Rest, read, dream. This is what the bakery is for." And so they stayed. Alice curled up in a deep chair near the fire with her book of poetry, a fresh cup of tea at her elbow, occasionally reading passages aloud that struck her as particularly beautiful. Jo spread her manuscript across a table and worked on her ending, frequently pausing to gaze into the fire for inspiration, finding it more easily here than she had during her long walk. Anne and Heidi claimed a window seat with cushions and quilts, watching the rain together and talking softly about mountains and oceans, about imagination and memory, about all the places they still wanted to explore. Dorothy found a rocking chair near the fire and simply rocked, slowly, peacefully, her eyes half closed, a small smile on her face. The rabbit stretched out on a cushion as close to the hearth as he could get without singeing his fur, his eyes fully closed now, his breathing slow and even, more content than he'd ever been in all his long life as a toy, and his short life as something real. The baker appeared briefly, or at least, a figure in a simple dress with flour on her hands appeared in the kitchen doorway, and she smiled at the scene before her. She said nothing, but her presence was a blessing, a benediction on the gathering. Then she slipped back into the kitchen, and soft sounds of cleaning up began, the homey sounds of someone putting things to rights, of a day's work well done. Time stretched and softened in the way it does when there's nowhere to be and nothing that must be done, when the present moment is so perfect that neither past nor future seems quite real. The rain became a backdrop, steady and reliable, no longer something to shelter from, but simply the weather beyond the windows, making the interior all the more precious by contrast. One by one, they began to grow drowsy. Anne's voice, reading to Heidi from a book they'd found on the shelf, gradually slowed and softened. Jo's pen moved more lazily across her page, her sentences growing dreamier. Alice's eyes closed between verses, opening again with effort, closing again more easily. Dorothy's rocking slowed until she was barely moving, just swaying slightly, like a tree in the gentlest breeze. The rabbit was already asleep, his breath barely ruffling his fur, his paws twitching occasionally in dreams of running through summer meadows. "I think," Anne whispered to Heidi, "that this might be the most perfect Thanksgiving I've ever had." "I know it is for me," Heidi whispered back. "Thank you for sharing it." "Thank you all," came Dorothy's drowsy voice from the rocking chair, "for being here, for being you, for making this night what it is." "Hear, hear," Jo murmured, not looking up from her manuscript. Alice agreed from deep in her chair, already more asleep than awake. The fire settled lower, glowing steady and warm, but no longer crackling, just pulsing with heat and light. The candles burned without seeming to shrink, as if they'd burn forever in this place, keeping watch through all the rainy nights to come. Outside, the storm passed its peak and began its slow decline toward simple rain, then toward the clear, washed peace that comes after storm's end. In the kitchen, the last sounds of cleaning faded. A final light went dark. The baker, whoever she was, whatever magic sustained her, had finished her work for the night. But the bakery itself remained awake, watchful, protective, keeping its guests safe and warm and fed, asking nothing in return except that they rest, that they find peace, that they remember this night when they needed comfort and found it. And so they slept, or dozed, or drifted in that space between waking and sleeping where the best dreams happen. They slept in chairs and on cushions, under quilts, and in the firelight, surrounded by the scent of cinnamon and bread, by the sound of rain and breathing, by the sense of being exactly where they belonged. Outside, the storm passed. The rain slowed, then stopped. Clouds began to break apart, revealing stars and a sliver of moon. But inside the rainy day Cinderella bakery, nothing changed. The lights still glowed, the fire still burned, the quilts still kept everyone warm. And if new visitors arrived, seeking shelter and sustenance, they would find both, along with companions who understood what it meant to wander, to seek, to find, to rest. The night deepened into that quiet hour before dawn, when everything holds its breath. In the bakery, 7 sleepers breathed slowly, peacefully, their dreams gentle and kind. Tomorrow they would wake and return to their lives, their journeys, their own stories. But tonight, this perfect, rainy, Thanksgiving night, they were home. And in the morning, when they woke, there would be fresh bread and coffee, and perhaps some of those wonderful carriage tarts, and the baker's gentle voice asking what they needed for the road ahead. But that was for tomorrow. Tonight, there was only warmth and safety, and the deep contentment of being welcomed in from the storm. Tonight, in the rainy day Cinderella bakery, everything was exactly as it should be. And that was enough. That was everything. That was the most perfect Thanksgiving gift of all. The rain whispered its last gentle song against the windows. The fire glowed steady and warm. And in that magical corner bakery, on that stormy Thanksgiving evening, 7 weary travelers found exactly what they'd been seeking all along, a place to rest, friends to share it with, and the simple, profound knowledge that they were welcome just as they were. The night held them gently, and they slept. A cozy rainy day, Peter Pan's bakery. A Thanksgiving evening. The storm arrived just as evening settled over the neighborhood, bringing with it the kind of rain that speaks in whispers against window panes and sings soft lullabies through drain pipes. The wind, not cruel but insistent, carried the scent of wet leaves and distant wood smoke through the narrow streets, past the shuttered shops and the dimmed street lamps, until it reached a particular corner where a particular bakery stood, glowing like a lantern against the darkening sky. The rainy day Peter Pan Bakery had been there for as long as anyone could remember, or perhaps it had just arrived yesterday. Time worked differently around the bakery, moving slowly as honey dripping from a spoon, sweet and thick and impossibly golden. The building itself seemed to lean forward welcomingly, its bow windows fogged with warmth, its hanging sign swaying gently in the wind, creaking out a rhythm that matched the rain's steady percussion. Inside, the bakery breathed with the warmth of its ovens. Two great brick ovens stood against the back wall, their doors open just enough to reveal the dancing orange glow within. The firelight painted moving shadows across the exposed wooden beams of the ceiling and caught the copper pots hanging above the work counter, making them gleam like small suns. The walls were lined with shelves, some holding books with cracked leather spines, others displaying vintage tins and ceramic jars filled with spices, whose names were written in fading script: cinnamon, nutmeg, clove, cardamom, star, anise. The scent in the air was autumn itself, distilled and perfected brown butter and caramelized sugar, the warm vanilla embrace of fresh-baked pastry, the earthy sweetness of pumpkin and sweet potato, the sharp brightness of cranberries, and underneath it all, the gentle bite of ginger and allspice that promised comfort on a cold night. A long wooden table stretched through the center of the room, its surface worn smooth by countless elbows and teacups, scarred with the gentle marks of years and use. Mismatched chairs surrounded it, some ladder-back, some cushioned, some painted robin's egg blue, others left to show their natural oak. In one corner, two overstuffed armchairs sat before a small fireplace where flames crackled and popped, sending up sparks that disappeared into the chimney like wishes sent skyward. The baker, if there was a baker, for no one ever quite saw them, clearly moved, like a suggestion in the back room. Sometimes you might catch a glimpse of flour-dusted hands pulling something golden from the oven, or hear the soft percussion of a whisk against a bowl, but the baker remained comfortably mysterious, present in the way that kindness is present, felt but not always seen. Tonight was Thanksgiving evening, and the bakery had prepared accordingly. In the display case that curved along the front counter, treats were arranged like treasures. Golden hand pies shaped like autumn leaves, their crusts brushed with egg wash until they gleamed, filled with spiced pumpkin and apple. Tiny tarts crowned with peaks of toasted meringue that looked like snowdrifts. Cookies cut into the shapes of turkeys and acorns, decorated with painstaking detail. And beside them, stranger offerings that seemed to belong to a different season, a different story. star-shaped shortbreads dusted with edible gold, small cakes topped with marzipan islands, cream puffs filled with a filling the color of moonlight. The rain intensified, drumming harder against the roof, and the first visitor arrived. The door opened with the soft chime of a bell, and Dorothy Gale stepped inside, shaking droplets from her dark hair. She wore the same blue gingham dress she'd worn on her long journey, though it was cleaner now, carefully mended at the hem. Her basket was tucked under one arm, and she paused just inside the doorway, letting her eyes adjust to the warm, golden light. "Oh," she breathed, and her Kansas accent made the words sound like a sigh of relief. "Oh my." She moved toward the display case, slowly, drawn by the scent of cinnamon and the glow of the ovens. Behind the counter, a teapot began to whistle, not shrilly, but gently, as if it were humming to itself. A cup appeared on the counter, steam rising from chamomile tea, the color of late afternoon sunshine. Beside it, a small plate held a hand pie shaped like a tornado, a spiral of golden pastry filled with layers of Kansas apple and just a hint of something that tasted like home. Dorothy picked up the cup with both hands, feeling the warmth seep into her palms, and carried her tea and pie to the long wooden table. She sat down, the chair making a comfortable creaking sound beneath her, and took a small bite of the pastry. The taste brought tears to her eyes, not sad tears, but the kind that come when you've been away for a very long time and suddenly remember something perfect about where you came from. Outside, the storm continued its gentle assault on the world, but inside, Dorothy felt herself relaxing, her shoulders dropping, the tightness in her chest loosening like a knot carefully undone. She had walked so many miles on yellow brick roads and through dangerous forests. It felt miraculous to simply sit. The door opened again, this chime slightly different, or perhaps it was the same bell, but it knew who was entering and adjusted its tone accordingly. Mowgli came in, shaking water from his dark hair like a wolf pup shaking after a swim. He wore simple clothes now, human clothes, though he moved with the rolling grace of something wild that had learned to be gentle. His bare feet left wet prints on the wooden floor, and he stopped, uncertain, looking around at the civilized warmth of the place with eyes that had seen the nighttime jungle. Come in," Dorothy said warmly, gesturing to the table. "There's room for everyone tonight." Mowgli approached cautiously, then smiled, a bright, genuine expression that transformed his face. "I have not been inside such a place," he said, his English careful and accented with the rhythms of Baloo's teaching. "It smells like—" He paused, searching for words. "Like mother warmth." At the counter, a large mug appeared, filled with something steaming and golden honey milk, rich and sweet, spiced with cardamom and saffron. Beside it, a wooden board held an assortment of treats, sticky honey cakes studded with pistachios, sweet rice pudding topped with rose petals, and several small biscuits shaped like jungle leaves, each one decorated with meticulous green icing. Mowgli carried his offerings to the table and sat across from Dorothy, watching her with curious, intelligent eyes. "You are far from home, too," he observed. "I was," Dorothy said softly, "but I went back. Sometimes I wonder if that was the right choice, or if—" She trailed off, taking another sip of her tea. "Home is a strange thing," Mowgli agreed. He picked up one of the leaf-shaped biscuits and examined it with wonder before taking a bite. "The wolves are my home, the jungle is my home, but also the man village is my home now. I am of all these places and none of them." He didn't sound sad about this, more thoughtful, as if he'd spent many nights thinking it through and had arrived at an acceptance. They sat together in comfortable quiet, listening to the rain and the fire, eating their treats and thinking their own thoughts. The bakery held them gently, asking nothing, offering everything. The third visitor arrived with a burst of energy that brought cold air and the scent of wet wool. Jo March tumbled through the door, her hair escaping from its pins, her skirts muddy at the hem, a leather satchel stuffed with papers slung over one shoulder. "Good heavens, what weather!" she exclaimed, then stopped, taking in the cozy scene. Her expression shifted from harried to delighted in an instant. "Oh, but what a place to escape to! Is this real, or have I fallen into one of my own stories?" "It's real," Dorothy assured her, smiling. "Or real enough. Come sit with us." Jo needed no further invitation. She dropped her satchel by the table. It landed with a heavy thump that suggested many manuscripts within, and threw herself into a chair with such enthusiasm that it skidded backwards slightly. "I've been walking for an hour, trying to work out the ending to my latest story, and I simply couldn't get it right. The rain started, and I thought, well, Jo, you've done it now. You're going to catch your death. And then I saw this place glowing like a jewel, and I thought, perhaps I'm meant to be here." At the counter, a large pot appeared, a proper teapot, round-bellied and cheerful alongside a generous slice of pie. But this was no ordinary pie. The crust was woven in an intricate pattern that looked like pen strokes, like writing, and through the gaps you could see layers of autumn fruits, apples and pears and quinces, all swimming in a sauce the color of amber. Beside it, a small dish of cream whipped to soft peaks, barely sweetened, perfect for cutting the richness of the fruit. "Oh my," Jo whispered, carrying her pie reverently to the table. "This is exactly what Mommy would make if Mommy's pies could be perfect." She dug in with unladylike enthusiasm, and as she ate, she began to talk, not in the frantic, nervous way she'd entered, but slower now, winding down like a clock finding its natural rhythm. "It's Thanksgiving," she said between bites. "We should be grateful, shouldn't we? I'm grateful for my sisters, even when Meg fusses and Amy is vain and Beth is." Her voice caught, just slightly, and Dorothy reached across to touch her hand. Jo smiled, grateful for the kindness. "I'm grateful for words and paper and stories, and tonight I'm grateful for mysteriously appearing pie." "I am grateful," Mowgli said thoughtfully, for teachers, for Balu, who taught me the law, for Bagheera, who kept me safe, for Raksha, who called me her son even though I had no fur. He paused. And for honey cakes. They laughed together, the sound warm and genuine, and the fire crackled its approval. Dorothy thought for a long moment before speaking. I'm grateful I learned that home isn't just a place, but people, that you can be brave and still want to go home. That adventure's end. She looked around at the bakery, at her new companions. And I'm grateful for shelter from storms. The rain continued its percussion against the windows, but it had become part of the comfort now, a reminder of how safe and warm they were inside, how protected from the elements. The next arrival was preceded by the sound of a bell, not the door's bell, but a small tinkling that might have been a laugh, or might have been wind chimes, or might have been something in between. The door opened to reveal Alice, looking exactly as she had at the end of her adventure, just returned to normal size, her hair ribbons slightly askew, her pinafore somehow still pristine despite everything. Curiouser and curiouser, she said, taking in the scene. A bakery that's larger on the inside than it appears on the outside, though I suppose that shouldn't surprise me anymore. Please join us, Dorothy said, and Alice, who had impeccable manners despite her strange circumstances, curtsied slightly before approaching. Is there tea? She asked hopefully. Proper tea, not tea party tea where nothing makes sense? As if in answer, a delicate cup appeared on the counter, filled with tea so perfect it seemed to glow slightly. Earl Grey, with just a hint of lavender, served at exactly the right temperature. Beside it was arranged a small selection of treats that seemed designed specifically for someone who had spent too much time in Wonderland and needed reminding of what sensible food tasted like. Tiny cucumber sandwiches with the crusts cut off, a scone with jam and clotted cream, and several small cakes decorated to look like playing cards, but properly sweet, without any tendency to shout or chase anyone. Alice carried her tea to the table with the careful precision of someone who had once grown so large her head hit the ceiling and had no desire to repeat the experience. She sat, arranged her skirts, and took a sip of tea with evident relief. That's better, she sighed. Do you know, the worst part of Wonderland wasn't the Queen or the growing and shrinking. It was the fact that nothing tasted like it should. Cakes that made you change size, drinks labeled "Drink Me," mushrooms that did peculiar things. I just wanted a normal biscuit. You can have all the normal biscuits you want here, Joe said, grinning. Though I'll confess, some of these treats seem a bit magical too. The good kind of magic, though, Alice said thoughtfully, biting into one of her card cakes. The kind that makes you feel better, not the kind that turns you upside down. Mowgli nodded seriously. Magic should serve the person, not the other way around. Kaa the python had magic in his eyes, hunger magic, tricky magic. This is different. This is hearth magic. Hearth magic, Joe repeated, pulling out a small notebook from her satchel and scribbling the phrase down. That's perfect. Do you mind if I steal that for a story? Steal away, Mowgli said with a gentle smile. Words are for sharing, like food. They fell into conversation, these travelers from different stories, finding common ground in the simple fact of being here, now, safe and warm and fed. Dorothy told them about the Scarecrow and his cleverness, the Tin Woodman and his kindness, the Cowardly Lion and his hidden bravery. Mowgli spoke of running with the pack, of learning to hunt, of Shere Khan's hatred and his own exile. Joe recounted tales of her sisters, of attics and plays and frozen rivers, of growing up and learning what she really wanted from life. Alice described Wonderland with the matter-of-fact delivery of someone recounting a particularly strange dream, and they all listened with the kind of attention that good stories deserve. The storm outside had settled into a steady, rhythmic rain, no longer angry, just persistent, a curtain of water between the bakery and the rest of the world. The door opened again, this time with a peculiar metallic creak, and the Tin Woodman stepped carefully inside, moving with the deliberate care of someone made of metal who knows he's in a place with wooden floors. His silver surface was damp with rain, and he stood in the doorway, his axe resting against his shoulder, looking apologetic. "I hope I'm not intruding," he said, and his voice had that hollow, echoing quality, like speaking into an empty bucket, but warm nonetheless. "I was traveling and saw the light, and I confess I do not enjoy rust." "Oh, the Tin Woodman!" Dorothy jumped up, delighted. "Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Come in, come in. There's room for everyone, and you need to dry off before you rust." The Tin Woodman stepped inside with visible relief, and from somewhere in the back a soft cloth appeared on the counter, along with a small can of oil. There was also, surprisingly, a large mug of something steaming, not tea or coffee, but mulled cider, spiced and sweet, served in a metal cup he could hold without worrying about breaking. "I cannot eat," the Tin Woodman said with real regret, settling into a chair that creaked under his weight. "I have no need of food, having no digestion. But I confess, I miss the ritual of it, the gathering, the sharing, the comfort." "Then you can keep us company while we eat," Joe said firmly, "and drink your cider and tell us stories. That's the real point anyway, isn't it? The food is just an excuse to sit down together." The Tin Woodman's face, fixed as it was in its metal expression, somehow seemed to brighten. He took the cloth and carefully dried his joints, then applied a small drop of oil to his knee, which had been squeaking slightly. "I have been thinking about gratitude," he said, his voice thoughtful. "About Thanksgiving. You see, I did not always have a heart, or rather, I had one and lost it, bit by bit, as I became more tin. I thought that once the wizard gave me a heart, I would feel things I had forgotten. But the truth is," he paused, and if he could have taken a breath, you could tell he would have. "The truth is, I had always had a heart. I had been caring and feeling all along. The heart the wizard gave me merely helped me recognize what was already there. The table was quiet, everyone listening. The fire popped softly. "So tonight," the Tin Woodman continued, "I am grateful for recognition, for understanding what I had all along, for Dorothy, who helped me see it, for this moment here with all of you, where I can sit and be part of something warm even if I cannot feel warmth the way you do." Dorothy's eyes were wet, and she reached over to pat the Tin Woodman's metal hand. "You were always the kindest of all of us," she said softly. The door opened one final time, and a young girl entered, no more than 8 or 9, with blonde braids and rosy cheeks made rosier by the cold and wet. Heidi looked around at the gathering with wide eyes, then broke into a smile that could have lit the whole bakery by itself. "Oh," she exclaimed, "is this a party? I love parties. Grandfather always says I'm too excitable, but Aunt Et says that's just how children should be, though she doesn't always say it kindly." She paused, taking in the diverse group. "You're all very different from each other." "So we are," Alice said, amused. "Won't you join us?" A cup of warm chocolate appeared on the counter, real chocolate, rich and dark, sweetened with honey and topped with a generous dollop of fresh cream. Beside it, a basket of rolls, still warm from the oven, and a selection of Alpine treats, buttery pretzels dusted with salt, small nut cakes, and a thick slice of bread spread with butter and honey that smelled like summer in the mountains. Heidi approached the counter with a child's directness, took her offerings, and joined the table, sitting between Joe and Alice. She bit into the bread with evident pleasure, getting honey on her nose, which she wiped away with the back of her hand. "I was on my way home to Grandfather," she said between bites. "I was visiting Clara in the city, but I missed the mountains. I missed the goats and Peter and the peaks in the morning. Then the storm came, and I saw this bakery, and I thought, well, maybe Grandfather won't worry if I'm a little late, if I'm somewhere safe." "Are you warm enough?" Dorothy asked, and Heidi nodded enthusiastically. "Oh yes. This is even warmer than Grandfather's hut, and that's very warm indeed. And the chocolate is so good, better even than what they serve in Clara's house, and that's saying something." The group settled into a comfortable rhythm then, the kind that happens when people stop performing and start simply being. They passed treats around the table. Joe tried one of Alice's card cakes. Heidi shared her butter and honey bread with Dorothy. Mowgli offered his honey cakes to anyone who wanted them. The Tin Woodman couldn't eat, but he held his cider and contributed to the conversation, and that was enough, more than enough. They talked about homes, real ones and lost ones and imagined ones. They talked about the people who had helped them and the adventures they'd survived. They talked about what came next, about going back and going forward and the complicated space between the two. Outside, the storm was beginning to ease. The rain had gentled to a soft patter, more whisper than drum now, and through the window you could see the first suggestions of the clouds parting, stars appearing in the gaps like promises. Inside, the fire had burned down to glowing embers, and someone, perhaps the invisible baker, perhaps the bakery itself, had lit candles on the table. They flickered softly, making everyone's faces look gentle and blurred at the edges, like figures in a dream. "I think," Alice said sleepily, "that this is what a proper tea party should have been all along. Not chaos and rudeness, but this, quiet and kind and full." "Full in every way," Jo agreed, putting her hand over her stomach. "I couldn't eat another bite if you paid me, though that pie." She smiled at the memory. Heidi had grown drowsy, her head listing slightly toward Dorothy's shoulder. Dorothy shifted to give her a more comfortable resting place, and the child settled against her with a contented sigh. "Stories end," Mowgli said quietly, "but moments like this, they exist outside of stories. Between the pages, in the quiet spaces, where nothing needs to happen except sitting together." "That's beautiful," Jo whispered, but she didn't reach for her notebook this time. Some things, her expression said, were too perfect to try to capture in words. The Tin Woodman had been silent for a while, and now he spoke. "I once told Dorothy that I thought hearts were more trouble than they were worth. All that feeling, all that pain. But I was wrong. Nights like this is what hearts are for. Not just the love and the joy, but the gratitude. The deep satisfaction of being exactly where you are, with exactly who you're with, wanting nothing more than what you have." They sat with that thought, letting it settle over them like a warm blanket. The fire crackled one last time, sending up a small shower of sparks, and in the back room you could hear the gentle sounds of the baker at work preparing things for tomorrow, perhaps, or simply moving through the eternal routines of any good bakery, cleaning, organizing, making sure everything would be ready for the next person who needed shelter from a storm. A new selection of treats appeared on the counter, brought by unseen hands. Small cups of warm rice pudding, studded with raisins and dusted with cinnamon, tiny tarts filled with lemon curd, and a plate of simple butter cookies, each one stamped with a different image: a star, a house, a heart, a leaf, a key. "One more, perhaps?" Dorothy suggested, and though they'd all claimed to be full, they found room for these final bites. Jo chose a cookie stamped with a quill pen. Mowgli took one with a paw print. Alice selected the key. Heidi, rousing just enough to see the offerings, took the house. Dorothy chose the heart. The Tin Woodman, though he couldn't eat, lifted the star and looked at it, and somehow that felt like eating it, like taking it inside himself where his heart resided. They savored these last treats slowly, making them last, unwilling to reach the end of this perfect evening, but knowing that all things, even perfect evenings, must eventually wind down. The rain had stopped entirely now. Through the window they could see the street outside, washed clean and glistening under newly appeared stars. The air would be cold and fresh, sharp with the scent of wet earth and winter coming, but not yet here. Between autumn and winter, between day and night, between stories and sleep, Heidi had dozed off properly now, her breathing deep and even. Joe was blinking slowly, fighting off sleep but losing the battle. Alice had curled up in her chair like a cat, her eyes closed, a small smile on her face. Mowgli had rested his head on his arms on the table, his breathing matching the rhythm of the last ember pops from the fireplace. Dorothy looked around at them all, these characters from different stories, different worlds, brought together for one night by nothing more than rain and luck and the warm glow of a bakery window. The Tin Woodman met her eyes and nodded slowly, and in that nod was a whole conversation about friendship and gratitude and the strange magic of exactly the right place at exactly the right time. "Thank you," Dorothy whispered, and she wasn't entirely sure who she was, thanking the baker, the bakery, her companions, the universe that had arranged for this moment. Maybe all of them. Maybe it didn't matter. In the back room, the ovens had been banked for the night, but they still glowed faintly, like sleeping dragons breathing warmth into the space. The copper pots had stopped gleaming and hung quietly in the shadows. The books on the shelves had closed their eyes, their stories resting until morning. The candles on the table burned lower, but they didn't gutter, they simply grew softer, their light gentler, dimming so gradually that you couldn't say exactly when the room had become dark, only that it had, and that the darkness was friendly, full of the steady breathing of sleepers and the smell of vanilla and butter and home. Outside, the last clouds moved past the moon, and its light fell through the windows of the rainy day Peter Pan bakery, painting everything silver, the sleeping figures, the empty plates with their crumbs and memories, the table that had held them all. And in that silver light you might have seen or imagined you saw a figure moving through the bakery, covering sleeping guests with soft quilts that appeared from nowhere, extinguishing candles with a breath so gentle it was like a lullaby, placing one last cookie beside each sleeping hand. A gift for the morning, a promise that the magic would still be there when they woke. The Tin Woodman, who did not sleep, sat through the night as a guardian, watching over his friends, his heart, the one he'd had all along, full to overflowing with the simplest and most complicated feeling of all, belonging. And so the Thanksgiving evening in the rainy day Peter Pan bakery drew to its close, not with fanfare or drama, but with the gentle, inevitable drift toward sleep that comes after good food and better company, after gratitude has been shared and stories told, after the storm has passed and left everything cleaner and calmer in its wake. The bakery would be there in the morning. There would be fresh bread and new adventures, and the eternal smell of things baking, of sweetness and comfort and home. But for now, there was only sleep, deep and dreamless and perfect, in a place where all travelers were welcome, where every storm led to shelter, and where the ovens never quite went cold. And if you listened very carefully, under the breathing of the sleepers and the settling of the building and the distant sound of water dripping from eaves, you might have heard the bakery itself breathing, content, full of gratitude for these visitors who had trusted it enough to rest, who had needed exactly what it had to give. The rain would return, of course, storms always do, but so would the bakery, glowing like a lantern at the corner, waiting with warm ovens and kind hands, and exactly the right treat for whoever came through the door, cold and wet and hoping for shelter, always and forever. At the rainy day Peter Pan Bakery, there was room for one more at the table, one more cup of tea, one more chance to rest and be grateful and know, deep in your bones, that some places, some magical, impossible, perfect places, exist simply to remind us that we are not alone, that we are cared for, that after every journey, no matter how strange or long, there is the possibility of coming in from the rain. Sleep now, the storm has passed, you are safe, you are warm, you are home. A cozy rainy day, Pinocchio's bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The rain had been falling since early afternoon, a steady, purposeful rain that turned the cobblestone streets dark and shining. By evening, as the November sky deepened from pewter to charcoal, the rain had become a proper storm, not frightening, but thorough, the kind that made every sensible person grateful for warmth and shelter. Thunder rolled somewhere far away, a gentle rumbling like a giant turning over in sleep, and the wind carried the rain in sweeping curtains that pattered against windows and whispered through the bare branches of the elm trees lining Storybook Lane. On the corner where Storybook Lane met Fairy Tale Avenue, there stood a bakery, not a large establishment, but a welcoming one, with bow windows that glowed honey gold against the storm's darkness. The sign above the door swung gently in the wind, rain streaming down its painted letters, Pinocchio's Bakery. Beneath these words, in smaller script that seemed to shimmer in the lamplight, were the words, "Where every story finds comfort." The bakery windows were fogged with warmth, but through them one could glimpse movement, the shadow of someone working peacefully inside, and the flicker of what might be a fireplace casting dancing light across wooden tables and chairs. The scent that emanated from this place was extraordinary. Cinnamon and nutmeg, brown sugar and butter, the yeasty embrace of fresh bread, and something else, something magical and comforting that seemed to speak directly to the heart of anyone who caught its fragrance on the rain-washed air. Inside, the bakery was everything its windows promised and more. The walls were lined with shelves holding earthenware jars of flour and sugar, stoppered bottles of vanilla and almond extract, and copper canisters that gleamed in the warm light. Strings of dried herbs and garlands of autumn leaves decorated the exposed ceiling beams. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, flames crackling cheerfully behind an ornate iron screen. Before it, several overstuffed armchairs clustered around a low table, and along the walls, smaller tables with mismatched chairs created cozy nooks perfect for quiet conversation or solitary contemplation. The glass display case near the counter was a work of art in itself, carved from rich, dark wood, with gleaming glass panels that revealed the treasures within. And tonight, being Thanksgiving evening, the case was filled with wonders. There were honest heart pumpkin scones, golden and flaky, each one stamped with the impression of a tiny wooden heart. Geppetto's gratitude loaves, small rounds of bread studded with cranberries and walnuts, their crusts glazed with honey that caught the light, wishing star pecan tarts, each one topped with a carefully arranged star made from 5 perfect pecan halves, the filling dark and sweet with molasses, blue fairy blueberry muffins with streusel topping that sparkled with coarse sugar, and most impressive of all, a Pleasure Island paradise pie, a towering creation with layers of spiced apple, sweet potato, and maple cream, the whole thing topped with candied pecans shaped like tiny wooden marionettes. Behind the counter, barely visible in the gentle shadows cast by the hanging copper lamps, moved the baker himself. One might catch only a glimpse, a wooden hand arranging pastries with infinite care, a profile that suggested both youth and ageless wisdom, the flutter of what might have been a small blue fairy wing reflected in the glass, or perhaps merely a trick of the firelight. The baker never spoke loudly, but his presence filled the bakery like warmth itself, and somehow every visitor knew, without being told, that they were welcome here, that they were safe, and that whatever they needed would be provided. The storm outside intensified slightly, rain drumming harder against the windows, and the bell above the bakery door chimed softly as the first visitor of the evening pushed inside. She was a girl, not yet quite a young woman, with blonde hair that had been thoroughly dampened by the rain, and a blue dress that was meant to be crisp, but was now decidedly soggy at the hem. She carried herself with a curious mixture of practicality and wonder, and her eyes, intelligent, bright, questioning, immediately took in every detail of the bakery with obvious delight. "Oh," she breathed, pushing wet strands of hair from her forehead. "Oh, this is much nicer than the rabbit hole, and far more sensible than anything in Wonderland." From behind the counter came a gentle sound, perhaps a chuckle, perhaps the crackle of the fire. A wooden hand appeared, gesturing toward the armchairs by the fireplace with unmistakable welcome. "Thank you," said Alice, for of course this was Alice, she of Wonderland adventures, of growing and shrinking, of mad tea parties and conversations with caterpillars. "I've been walking for hours, trying to find my way back to my sister, and the rain came on so suddenly. I don't mind rain ordinarily, but this storm seemed determined to make me quite thoroughly wet." She moved toward the fire, leaving a trail of small puddles on the wooden floor, but the baker didn't seem to mind in the least. As Alice settled into the chair closest to the hearth, sighing with relief as the warmth began to seep into her chilled bones, a tray appeared on the low table before her. On it sat a steaming cup of tea, proper tea, not the strange concoctions of Wonderland, and one of the honest heart pumpkin scones, split and spread with butter that was just beginning to melt. "How did you know?" Alice asked, looking toward the counter, but the baker had retreated into the comfortable shadows of his kitchen. "How did you know that this is exactly what I needed?" She picked up the scone, still warm from the oven, and took a bite. The taste was perfect, not too sweet, with the earthy richness of pumpkin, the warmth of cinnamon and ginger, and that melting butter creating a texture that was pure comfort. Alice closed her eyes and chewed slowly, savoring every morsel. The tea was perfect, too strong but not bitter, sweetened just enough, with a hint of honey and perhaps vanilla. In Wonderland, Alice said quietly, speaking to the fire, or perhaps to the listening bakery itself. Nothing was ever quite right. The tea was perpetual but never satisfying. The cakes said "eat me," but had the strangest effects, and size kept changing in the most inconvenient ways. But this, she gestured with her scone, this is exactly right. This is what food should be. Honest and good, and exactly what it appears to be. The thunder rumbled again, a little closer now, and the rain intensified into a proper downpour. Alice pulled her feet up under her in the chair, cradling her teacup in both hands, and settled in to watch the flames dance. She felt safer than she had in a very long time. The bell above the door chimed again, admitting a second visitor. This one was a young woman, perhaps 18 or 19, with dark hair pinned up in a hasty bun from which several strands had escaped. She wore a simple brown dress, with a threadbare but meticulously mended coat over it, and she carried under her arm a bundle wrapped in oilcloth that she was clearly trying to protect from the rain. "Phew," she exclaimed, pushing the door shut against the wind. "What a night! I've been trying to reach the post office before it closes. I have a manuscript that absolutely must be mailed tonight, but I don't think I'm going to make it in this weather." She paused, noticing Alice by the fire. "Hello. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to burst in so dramatically. I'm Joe March." "Alice," said Alice, smiling. "Please, come warm yourself. There's plenty of room by the fire." Joe needed no further invitation. She hurried over, carefully setting her precious manuscript bundle on the table before claiming the chair across from Alice. Almost immediately the baker appeared with another tray, this one bearing a large mug of what looked like spiced cider, steam rising from its surface in aromatic spirals, and 2 slices of the Geppetto's Gratitude loaf, still warm, with a small pot of butter beside them. "Oh, bless you," Joe said fervently, addressing the baker's retreating form. "I've been so focused on finishing my story that I completely forgot to eat dinner. Mommy would scold me terribly if she knew." She took a long drink of the cider, apple and cinnamon, cloves and a hint of orange, warmth spreading through her with each swallow, and then reached for the bread. The first bite made her close her eyes in appreciation. "This is wonderful," she murmured. "What is this texture? Cranberries and walnuts? It's like Thanksgiving dinner in bread form. Are you a writer?" Alice asked, eyeing the manuscript bundle with interest. "I'm trying to be," Joe said, her face becoming animated. "I write stories, sensational ones, mostly because they sell better and my family needs the money. But what I really want to write," she paused, taking another bite of bread, chewing thoughtfully, What I really want to write are stories about real things, about sisters and families and making your way in the world, about the choices women have to make and the dreams we carry, and the way life never quite turns out how you expect but can still be good, beautiful even. That sounds like exactly the kind of story worth writing, Alice said firmly. Do you think so? Jo leaned forward, her eyes bright. Sometimes I worry that my stories are too ordinary. Nothing magical happens in them. No one shrinks or grows, or has adventures with talking animals. Just life, real life. Alice smiled. I've had more than enough of magical nonsense, thank you. I think real life, told honestly, is its own kind of magic. They sat in companionable silence for a while, eating and drinking, watching the fire and listening to the storm. The rain against the windows had become a steady, soothing rhythm, and the bakery seemed to wrap around them like a warm blanket. The bell chimed again. This time, the visitor was unexpected in a different way. He was tall, very tall and thin, wearing a blue coat and a pointed blue hat, both quite damp from the rain. His movements were somewhat stiff, as though his joints didn't quite work the way ordinary joints did, and when he removed his hat politely upon entering, one could see that his head was made of cloth stuffed with straw. Oh my, said the Scarecrow, for this was indeed the Scarecrow of Oz, far from his cornfield and farther still from the Emerald City. What a delightful place. I was standing out in the storm, quite enjoying it actually. Rain doesn't bother me the way it bothers flesh and blood people. But then I smelled something so wonderful that I simply had to investigate. I do hope you don't mind my dripping on your floor. The baker appeared, and if he was at all surprised by a scarecrow walking into his bakery, he gave no sign. Instead, he gestured welcomingly toward the fire, where there was still an empty chair, and moments later returned with a tray. On this tray was a pot of hot chocolate, rich and dark, with whipped cream melting into clouds on its surface, and 3 of the Wishing Star pecan tarts, their pecan star tops gleaming with butter and sugar. How thoughtful, the Scarecrow exclaimed, settling carefully into his chair. I don't actually need to eat, you know, being made of straw and all, but I do so enjoy the experience. It helps me feel more human, I suppose. More real. Are you from Oz? Jo asked, fascinated. I've heard of Oz, of course, though I've never been there myself. Indeed I am, said the Scarecrow, carefully picking up one of the tarts. I was traveling with Dorothy, dear Dorothy, when we were separated by a rather confusing series of magical occurrences. I'm trying to find my way back to her, but I'm afraid I haven't a brain, you see, so navigation isn't my strong suit. That's nonsense, said Alice immediately. You're clearly intelligent. You're having a perfectly sensible conversation right now. The Scarecrow looked pleased. Do you really think so? The wizard gave me a brain. It's true, or rather, he gave me pins and needles and bran, which he said was the same thing. But I never feel quite certain that I'm thinking correctly. I think said Joe, reaching for another slice of bread, "that worrying about whether you're thinking correctly is itself proof that you are thinking. Truly thoughtless people never question themselves." The Scarecrow considered this, slowly eating his tart. The pecan filling was dark and sweet, with a hint of bourbon and vanilla, and the crust was buttery and flaked perfectly on his cloth lips. "What a comforting notion," he said finally, "and what a comforting place this is. Tell me, does the baker often take in stray travelers on stormy nights?" "I think," Alice said softly, "that this bakery exists exactly for this purpose. Look at us, we're all lost, in one way or another, all seeking something, and here we are, warm and safe, eating the most wonderful food, while the storm rages outside. It feels almost magical, but not the alarming kind of magic," Joe added quickly. "The good kind, the kind that feels like coming home." The three of them fell into easy conversation, sharing stories of their respective adventures. Alice told of Wonderland's absurdities, speaking now with humor rather than frustration, able to see the comedy in it from this safe distance. Jo spoke of her sisters Meg, Beth, and Amy, and the challenges and joys of their little household. The Scarecrow regaled them with tales of Oz, of the Tin Woodman and the Cowardly Lion, of Dorothy's bravery, and the Wizard's surprisingly humble true nature. As they talked, the baker moved quietly in the background, occasionally refreshing cups or adding wood to the fire, never intruding but somehow always present, always ensuring their comfort. The bell chimed again, and in came a small girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, with rosy cheeks and dark eyes that sparkled with life. Her hair was in 2 neat braids, and she wore a traditional Swiss dress that was soaked through. She stood in the doorway, dripping but not at all dismayed by her wet state. "Guten Abend," she called cheerfully, then switched to English with only the slightest accent. "Oh, what a wonderful storm! I was up on the mountain with Grandfather and the goats, and the rain came so suddenly. Grandfather said I should find shelter, so I followed the path down and down, and here I am. I am Heidi." Come in," Jo said immediately, making space by the fire. "You poor dear, you're absolutely drenched." "Oh, I don't mind," Heidi said, but she came to the fire gladly enough. "In the mountains, we get wet all the time from the streams and the mist, but it's true that it's nice to be warm again." The baker appeared with yet another tray, and this one seemed designed especially for a child. There was a mug of warm milk with honey, and several of the blue fairy blueberry muffins, their tops golden and crispy with streusel, the berries inside staining the soft cake a beautiful purple blue. "Oh," Heidi clasped her hands together in delight, "these look just like the bilberries that grow on the mountain. How wonderful!" She took a muffin and bit into it enthusiastically. Even better than bilberries, and this milk is so sweet and warm. It reminds me of the goat's milk Grandfather and I have every evening." "You live on a mountain?" the Scarecrow asked, interested. "Yes, High up in the Alps with my grandfather, Heidi said proudly. It's the most beautiful place in the world. The air is so clear, and you can see forever, and the goats are such good friends. I was in the city for a while, in Frankfurt, but I was so homesick I became ill. The doctor said I needed to return to the mountain, and he was right. The moment I breathed that mountain air again, I began to feel better. There's no place like home, the Scarecrow said wistfully, and Alice and Joe both nodded in agreement. But, Heidi continued, finishing her muffin and reaching for another, I also learned that home isn't just a place, it's people too. My friend Clara is still in Frankfurt, and I miss her. And Peter the Goatherd, he's on the mountain. And Grandfather, of course. They all feel like home to me. Maybe home is wherever the people you love are. What a wise observation, Joe said, especially from someone so young. Heidi beamed. Grandfather says I have mountain wisdom. That means I notice things because I spend so much time watching the clouds and the goats and the way the seasons change the alpine flowers. The group continued to grow more comfortable with each other, the conversation flowing naturally from topic to topic. Heidi told them about the mountain meadows in summer, covered in flowers, and the way the sunset turned the peaks pink and gold. Jo spoke more about her writing ambitions and her family. Alice recounted some of the more absurd moments from Wonderland, and even the Scarecrow laughed until his straw rustled. The storm outside had settled into a steady, heavy rain, the kind that would last all night. But inside the bakery, time seemed to have no meaning. The fire burned steadily, never needing more wood. The treats on the trays never quite ran out, as though the baker somehow knew exactly how many muffins or tarts or slices of bread would be needed. The lamps cast their warm, golden light, creating pools of coziness in every corner. The bell chimed once more, and the final visitor of the evening arrived. He was a boy, perhaps 12 or 13, with tousled brown hair and a mischievous face that had been somewhat subdued by rain and cold. He wore simple trousers and a shirt that had seen better days, and he carried a stick over his shoulder as though it were a rifle or a fishing pole. When he spoke, his voice carried the accent of the American South. "Holy Moses," he said, looking around the bakery with wide eyes. "This is about the finest place I ever did see. I was out exploring, me and Huck. We were supposed to meet up by the river, but the storm came on and Huck had to go home to the widow Douglas, and I figured I'd better find some place dry myself before I caught my death." He paused. "Name's Tom Sawyer." "Welcome, Tom," Alice said warmly. "Please, join us. There's room for one more by the fire." Tom didn't need to be asked twice. He propped his stick in the corner and came to the fire, where the baker had already set out a chair and was approaching with another laden tray. This one held a tall glass of cold milk, somehow still cold despite the warmth of the bakery, and a massive slice of the Pleasure Island Paradise Pie, with all its layers visible in cross-section. The spiced apples, the sweet potato, the maple cream, all topped with those candied pecan marionettes. Well, I'll be hornswoggled, Tom breathed. That's the biggest piece of pie I ever saw, and I once saw Aunt Polly's Thanksgiving pie before she cut it. He dug in with the appetite of a growing boy, and his face registered pure bliss after the first bite. This is better than anything, he mumbled through a mouthful of pie. This is better than stolen apples or sneaked sugar, or even the treats at Sunday school picnics. Tell us about your adventures, Heidi said eagerly. You look like someone who has had exciting times. Tom was only too happy to oblige. Between bites of pie, he regaled them with stories of his exploits, painting the fence, getting lost in the cave with Becky Thatcher, the time he and Huck and Joe Harper became pirates on Jackson's Island. He told it all with great dramatic flair, embellishing freely, and his audience listened with genuine interest and occasional laughter. You remind me of my younger sisters, Joe said fondly, always getting into scrapes, always turning ordinary life into an adventure. That's because ordinary life is an adventure, if you look at it right, Tom said wisely, momentarily sounding older than his years. Folks think you have to go to sea or fight in wars or discover new lands to have adventures. But shoot, you can have adventures right in your own backyard if you've got imagination. I think, the Scarecrow said thoughtfully, that we've all had quite different adventures, but they've all been real to us. And now we've all ended up here, in this bakery, on this stormy Thanksgiving night. There must be a reason for that. Gratitude, said Heidi suddenly. That's what Thanksgiving is about, isn't it? Being grateful for what we have. Well, right now, I'm grateful for this warm fire and these delicious muffins and all of you to talk to. I'm grateful too, Alice said softly. I'm grateful to be somewhere sensible, where things are what they appear to be, and kindness is given freely. I'm grateful for this pie, Tom said, grinning. But then his expression turned more serious. And I reckon I'm grateful for friends, even new ones, and for places like this that take you in when you need it. I'm grateful for stories, Joe said, for the ones I've lived, and the ones I'll write, and the ones I'm hearing right now, and for this bread, which is perfection itself. And I, said the Scarecrow, am grateful to feel real, to sit with real people, and one charming scarecrow counts as real too, I hope, and to share real food and real conversation. The wizard taught me that I had a brain all along, but tonight I'm learning that having a heart is just as important. They sat in contented silence for a while, each contemplating their own gratitude, watching the fire burn steadily and listening to the rain's constant percussion against the windows. The bakery had grown even cozier as the evening deepened, the darkness outside making the warm light inside seem all the more precious. The baker emerged from his kitchen, and for the first time they all saw him clearly. He was made of wood, beautifully carved, with joints that moved smoothly, and a face that held both wisdom and innocence. But there was something more, a faint glow about him, as though he were lit from within by a gentle blue light. He carried a large tray, and on it were 5 mugs of steaming spiced tea and a platter of what he had been working on all evening, friendship cinnamon rolls, freshly baked, their spirals of cinnamon and sugar glazed with cream cheese icing that dripped down their sides in sweet, lazy swirls. He set the tray on the table among them, and when he spoke, his voice was warm and wooden and kind. "For my friends," he said simply, "Happy Thanksgiving." "Are you Pinocchio?" Heidi asked wonderingly. "The puppet who became real?" The baker smiled, a genuine, gentle smile. "I am. And this bakery is my way of giving thanks for becoming real, for having a father who loved me, for learning to be truthful and brave. Every night I bake for those who need comfort, and every night I learn something new about what it means to be truly human." "Thank you," Alice said, speaking for all of them. "Thank you for welcoming us, for feeding us, for creating this place." Pinocchio nodded, and then, with a slight bow, he retreated once more to his kitchen, leaving them with the cinnamon rolls and tea. They ate slowly, savoring every bite. The cinnamon rolls were the perfect ending to the evening, sweet but not cloying, with the warmth of cinnamon and butter, the tang of cream cheese icing, and a texture that was simultaneously fluffy and satisfying. The spiced tea complemented them perfectly, with notes of cardamom, ginger, and a hint of orange peel. As they ate, they talked less, content to simply be together. Tom finally stopped fidgeting and settled deeply into his chair. Heidi's eyelids began to droop, though she fought valiantly to stay awake. The scarecrow sat very still, looking more peaceful than he had since leaving Oz. Jo gazed into the fire, probably composing sentences in her mind, but gently, without urgency. Alice simply smiled, her hands wrapped around her mug of tea, finally feeling that she had found a place that made sense. Outside, the storm was passing, the thunder had ceased, and the rain had softened to a gentle patter, then to a barely there mist. Through the bakery windows, they could see the clouds beginning to break apart, revealing glimpses of stars between their ragged edges. Pinocchio returned one final time, bringing with him an armful of blankets, soft, quilted things that looked like they had been stitched with care and love. He offered them to his guests without words, and they accepted gratefully, wrapping themselves in the cozy fabric. "Stay as long as you need," Pinocchio said softly. "The fire will keep burning, the bakery will keep you safe, and in the morning the world will look new and clean from the rain. Your paths will be clear, and you'll know which way to go." "Will we remember this?" Tom asked drowsily. "Will we remember finding this place and meeting each other?" "You will," Pinocchio assured him. "And whenever you need comfort, whenever you feel lost or cold or alone, you can find your way back here. The bakery exists for those who need it, and it will always welcome you home." One by one, they settled into their chairs, pulling the blankets close, finishing the last sips of tea, licking the last traces of icing from their fingers. The fire burned low but steady, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The scent of cinnamon and bread vanilla and butter filled the air like a blessing. Heidi was the first to drift off, her head resting against the side of her chair, her breathing slow and even, a small smile on her face. Tom followed soon after, his legs stretched out toward the fire, his ever-present fidgeting finally stilled. The scarecrow didn't sleep exactly being straw. He didn't need to, but he entered a state of deep, restful contemplation, his painted eyes half closed, completely at peace. Jo fought sleep a little longer, her writer's mind still turning over the events of the evening, already shaping them into a story she might someday write. But eventually, even she succumbed, her head tilting to rest against the soft back of her chair, her breathing deepening into the rhythm of dreams. Alice was the last to close her eyes. She looked around the bakery one final time, memorizing every detail, the way the firelight played across the wooden beams, the shadow of Pinocchio moving in his kitchen, the peaceful faces of her new friends, the glimmer of rain on the windows that was slowly clearing to reveal a night full of stars. "Thank you," she whispered to the bakery itself, to Pinocchio, to whatever magic had brought them all here. "Thank you for this gift." And then she too let her eyes close. Let the warmth and comfort and perfect safety of the bakery surround her. Let herself drift into the most peaceful sleep she had known since before she tumbled down the rabbit hole. The fire crackled softly. The rain whispered against the windows, barely there now, just a gentle lullaby. The stars emerged fully, bright and clean-washed, looking down on the little bakery with its glowing windows and its contented sleepers. In his kitchen, Pinocchio worked quietly, preparing for tomorrow's baking, his wooden hands moving with practiced grace. He hummed softly as he worked a tune that might have been a lullaby, or might have been a prayer of gratitude, or might have been both. The rainy day Pinocchio's bakery stood warm and welcoming on the corner of Storybook Lane and Fairy Tale Avenue, a sanctuary for weary travelers, a home for lost stories, a place where comfort could always be found and where, no matter what storms raged outside, there would always be warmth and kindness and the most wonderful things to eat. The night deepened. The storm passed completely, leaving behind clear skies and clean air and the promise of a beautiful tomorrow. Inside the bakery, 5 travelers slept peacefully, full of good food and good company, wrapped in blankets and safety, and the gentle magic of a place that existed exactly when and where it was needed most. And somewhere in the distance, a clock struck midnight, marking the end of Thanksgiving Day. But in Pinocchio's bakery, the gratitude lingered, warm and sweet as cinnamon, lasting as fresh baked bread, endless as the kindness of a puppet who became real and never forgot what it felt like to need comfort, to seek shelter, to long for home. The fire burned on through the night, steady and true, keeping watch over sleepers who had found, at last, exactly what they needed: peace, warmth, safety, home. And in the morning, when they woke, they would find fresh pastries waiting, and hot tea, and Pinocchio's gentle smile. and they would know that the magic was real, that the comfort would last, that some places exist outside of time and space, existing solely to remind us that we are never truly lost, never truly alone, never beyond the reach of kindness. But for now, they slept deeply and peacefully as the stars wheeled overhead and the world turned gently toward morning, toward new stories, toward whatever adventures awaited them. But always they would remember this night, this bakery, these friends, this Thanksgiving, this perfect, peaceful moment of absolute contentment, wrapped in warmth and wonder and the endless comfort of fresh-baked love.